Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, March the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Carlos, most brokers allow you to trade in the pre-market, so you can easily, assuming you have to have privileges, I guess, but I mean, I don't think there's a broker out there that doesn't allow you to get rid of a position in the pre-market or after hours. Okay, guys, what is happening this morning? MTC, actually BRTX now is at the top of the list of 39%. Receives notice of allowance by the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Okay, so allowing them for a patent application, and that is BRTX, low float. MTC. See any news on MTC? I don't see any specific news for MTC. It's had a couple of great days. This was 78-cent stock 2 days ago. 78-cent stock 2 days ago. Yeah, the only thing in the pre-market, you cannot go in at the market. In other words, you cannot put in a market order to get out. You have to go in a limit order. It's about the only restriction, I guess. ONCS, again, I don't see any news on MTC, but my guess is that it all started at 80-cent stock, 216 now. And lots of volume. Yeah, China stock, 1.8 million in the float. ONCS. If there has any specific news, had a nice day yesterday. Again, I'm sorry, I don't see any news on it. Another low float, 1.69 million in the float, up 29%. I don't see any specific news on it. Continuation from yesterday and the day before, cardio, CDIO. What a nice run at the end of the day. And then look what happened after hours. So they had some news, announces expansion of its portfolio with another one looking a notice of an allowance of a patent application. And I think they also jumped 16% new patent in China. It's basically the same press release, a notice of allowance to the University of Iowa for Chinese patent application. Okay, so that's the news on CDIO, another low float, 5 million in the float. SI getting clobbered, guys. Wow, SI is just getting clobbered here at Silvergate. As Coinbase stops payment transactions with crypto-friendly lender. And I think that all started because Silvergate said in a regulatory filing Wednesday they would not be filing. It's a 2022 annual report on time. So chaos at Silvergate, SI. AEHR. Let's see what this is doing. This is a gap down, not an earnings play. Sorry, guys, I can't see a headline on it. No, I don't see any specific headline for AEHR. Salesforce, so this is an earnings play. Nice earnings release for these guys. CRM, great. Look at this, up 16%. Big float, almost $1 billion in the float. That's a big percentage move with that float. And that's CRM. Funko, FNKO is another earnings play, gap down. Big gap down. Look at this, taking all this out on the daily chart, way below it now. So on the weekly chart, looks like the next low is 760. So it's right at that, almost there. Almost going to take out everything. Another cheap one, Cano, Cano, is another earnings play. Almost an all-time low now for Cano, Cano. High flyer a few weeks ago, months ago, I guess. OKTA is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it, 147 million in the float, so 13% move. That's really good. Over the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left looks like it's around 81.67 or so. So it's a more expensive stock, but some of you don't mind playing them. As always, I'd be looking to fade these just because of the market. The market, we're in for another week open. It's another cheap one, earnings play, ARBE. ARBE, another very cheap. Could be interesting. Is this shortable for me? Yeah, lots of shares, 718,000 interactive brokers. It is through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left is 388. So there's a dollar that, until the next low, and it's through the 200-day moving average. It's going to be really interesting once the market opens. PSTG, Pure Storage, PSTG, another earnings play. This is a gap down on earnings. Look at this gap down through the 200-day moving average, way down here now. 2556 is the next low on the daily chart, so that is in jeopardy. When you look at the weekly chart, boy, I mean, the next lows are around 2430, so a little bit of room still. Snow. Snowflakes. Snow is an earnings play, and it is gapping down on earnings. Not too many gapping up on earnings today. Macy's is. M. Yeah, a little gap up on earnings for Macy's. Next high looking left for Macy's, M is 2192. Very close to that. DM, I think there's another cheap one. DM, desktop metal. Yeah, another cheap one. Earnings play. Oh, it is gapped up. Big volume, but big float. Okay. Checking to see if there's anything. Sean, why do you say we witnessed history yesterday regarding CDIO? That is from our YouTube room. All right, guys, 9:10. I checked to see but why is that history? I'm trying to understand why you mean that is history. It's not an all-time high, in case you're. I know it looks like it is. It's an all-time high as is trading as CDIO, but it changed symbols if that's what you're talking about. All right, let me check my email and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, hasn't hit my email yet. Thank you, Casa. Yeah, so CDIO before it became CDIO was a symbol. The symbol was MAAQ. This is a little earnings play, guys. I'm not too interested in it though. ATXI, little earnings play. I mean, I guess it could get going with that float, 4 million in the float. Tons of volume already, but I don't know. Looking at the daily chart, looks like there's little areas of resistance on the way up. Yeah, UNG. Yeah, well done, Steve. Yeah, so Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube room today, so you can do some. I don't know if you hear my clapping, but give him a little applause. It isn't easy to try to come up with one stock every single week to be the trade of the week. And this week's trade of the week is UNG, and the trigger was 890. So, how you trade it, up to you, but you're in the money now if you took it. They're meant to be longer term holds. Yeah, SI, no shorts for me. They've been yanked or they've been snapped up at Interactive Brokers for SI. All-time low now. Yeah, so I kept hearing Carvana make a new low for a while. Carvana, CVNA. Again, these meme stocks or these high short floats. The interest has waned quite a bit now from these days back here. This is when it all started on, I guess that was January 27th and had the nice run. All right, there they are. Okay, I'll get some of these. Yeah, short upgrade list, slightly longer downgrade list. You get them in. Looking to see if there's any stock that has had multiple upgrades or downgrades. I don't see any yet. Not certainly not on the upgrade side. Get the downgrades in. XMTR downgraded again. It's had earnings yesterday, downgraded a couple of times, RBC and JP Morgan. JP Morgan and Canaccord and a few others downgrading SI. NIO being downgraded by Barclays and JP Morgan. Just looking at a couple of MEG. So, I think there was a video done. I'm sorry, I don't have somebody asked me for the cloud link where MEG was discovered. I don't have it. I didn't see MEG yesterday, MEG. But we've got, lots of different traders that trade ideas, and they might put out a video, and I don't even know about it. So sorry about that. But you can always ask for it if there's a cloud link for it. And that is for Meg. Yesterday, I guess it went out as an email. Is there a way for warrants? Well, we do have a symbol list that has warrants, but I have no idea how up to date it is at Trader. Okay, that's the only issue. So I think there is a symbol list. So if I right click, configure, symbol list, add existing list, and I think all warrants, I have something called all warrants. So if you clicked on it, it'll move over here, and then you can, yeah. So you see what I'm doing? You should have some symbol list that says all warrants. Yeah. So yeah, you click on it, and then when it's over here, and then there's a drop down menu, exclude the following lists. Exclude the following lists. So you just check it. Now, I have no idea how often this gets updated. I don't know if it's an automatic process or somebody in the back office is literally typing them in. So don't yell at me if you get a warrant coming through, but all right, anything else happening here? Let me go to the sectors now. Click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar. Again, we're in for another negative open. So I'm going to click on show more. And then sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 70% in red, that means that 70% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that 70% refers to. And, just a quick glance at all the major sectors, you can see that they're all in red, various shades of red. Tech stocks, 81% are down. Communications, 82%. Healthcare, 83. Healthcare is just getting. Let's take a look at the. Let's take a look at the ET the sectors with respect to their 200-day moving averages. And you can see healthcare is just getting moving further and further away. I'm going to take a look at XLE first. Energy. I mean, this is getting closer too, to the 200-day moving average. That green line, if you can see my daily chart, that green line is the 200-day moving average, and at one point this was the star. It was way above, a lot of the other sectors were close or below, and XLE energy was just ripping. But, look at this. I mean, it's getting closer, getting closer. Now, this one was below, XLP was below. And fading away, guys. So XLP, consumer staples, fading away from that 200-day moving average. So that's one. I like to count the ones that are below. Retail, XRT, I think it's close. Getting closer. Had a nice move a few weeks ago, and then it's been giving it up ever since, and it's getting closer to the 200-day. But here's the one, healthcare, XLV. XLV, look at healthcare. They're, sitting on it a little bit above it for quite a while, poked its way through, and now look at it. It's just continuing to move away from that 200-day moving average. Financials, XLF. Yeah, it's not bad. Comfortably above the 200-day. And here's another bad one, guys. XLY, bad meaning underneath the 200-day moving average. It's along with consumer staples. At one point, this was a horrible one. Look at it way down here. There was the 200-day, and then it had a rally. And again, discretionary. Think about what that means. If money is tight, are you gonna go out and buy that $5,000 TV? Probably not. XLY. Oh, I'm sorry. That was same symbol. XLB. Sorry, XLB. XLI. That's what I wanted. XLI. Industrials. Industrial should be safely above. Yeah, industrial safely above. This HLMN, I waited on this one yesterday for a breakdown. A little too late. um, XLB materials should be above also. I think it was starting to fade into it though a little bit. No, I'm wrong. It's actually moving away. I think I was thinking of these days here. And now communications. It's sitting right on it. So the 200-day is 53.26, so it is just a little bit below it, but it's kind of been sitting on it the last 4 days. But I guess we'll give that one of the ones that is down then in terms of how many are down from the 200-day. And then tech. So tech, I mean, it's still above it, but looking a little more ominous, as it's moving into it. So we have three of the major of the nine that are below the 200-day moving average. And that is healthcare, consumer staples, and consumer discretionary. Okay, now I see what you mean by history in the making. All right. And good morning, YouTubers and Discordians. All right, guys. I see 9:26. I'm just kind of looking to see if else is sneaking in. BRTX is still at the top. Excuse me, the biggest change from the close so far. ONCS right behind. BRTX, let's see the room it's got. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 440, so there's still some room. And why can it be up 40%? 2.3 million in the float. So it's traded the float basically twice right now. It's traded 4.5 million, so almost double the float. All right, MTC is actually starting to fade. MTC got in the after hours, sorry, got to 316 and pre-market got to 295. It's a big fade. It's a big fade, a dollar for a $3 stock. HIMS is starting to give it up. So this could be interesting. I mean, it's at the low of 2 days ago. 2 days ago was earnings for it. Great result or great reaction. Had a nice sort of a second day follow through, but it did sell off. However, now critical level, I think 1048 is the low of 2 days ago. So it's at 1040 now. When you look left, the next low is 960. 960. So this has got some room on a percentage basis to keep moving down. It's hard to trade it now. Wow, it's really yeah, it's hard to trade it. Well, every time I say that, I'm watching the bid ask. 990, 1025, 989, 1020. I think Box is an earnings play, guys. Box is an this is not Dropbox, though, is it? No, it's not Dropbox. Dropbox is DBX. I think let's take a look at DBX, see if there's a sympathy play with it. Don't know if that's don't know what's going on there. 112 shares have traded. Thank you, William. So Box is a earnings play, and it is moving down, getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Excuse me. All right, everybody. The market is going to open in about 40 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of this. It's set for my it's set for the open. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Sometimes I'll make an exception if I get something from my 10-day daily breakdown, which is breaking down and also an all-time low. It's about usually the only time I make an exception to not trading in the first 15 minutes. And we were open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Here we go, guys. Races are beginning. I have some early morning runners. I saw this. Okay, ONCS is making a new high, not taking out the pre-market high yet. ONCS. UVLV is a cheap earnings play. Nah, I don't like this daily. Could be a lot of little areas that could stall. NTLA, is this an earnings play? No, NTLA is not an earnings play. Trading higher after the company announced the FDA cleared its IND application. Okay, so that's the reason for NTLA's interest this morning. Kroger, is this an earnings play? KR, yeah, this is an earnings play. Kroger, grocery chain in United States, and the next high looking left, it's got some room. Next high looking left is 46.42, so it's got a dollar away to that. Wolf on the way down. This is an earnings play. This is not an earnings play that I can see. Wolf, WOLF, WOLF. Commentary from a Tesla. Okay, so I know somebody posted that. So the silicon, so anybody involved with silicon, probably taking a bit of a hit right now, including Wolf. AEHR just getting creamed here. All right, so again, I guess that's all to do with Tesla. As somebody pointed out a little bit earlier, look at this. Look at this. Wow. It's going to get halted, guys. It's going to get halted. AEHR. Oh, it escaped. A little blue dot was on my IB bid ask, which usually means it's going to get halted. But it just started and then it popped up. MP on the way down. Also, MP. What's this got going forward? 3025 is the next low looking left. MP. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But again, it's a little bit early for me to take these. If it was an all-time low, I might be a little more interested, but it is not. There's plug. Plug showing up on that scan also. Kroger having a nice move right off the bat, guys. KR earnings play. The closer it gets to this 46.40 mark, if it can do, I'd be looking maybe to short this. Looks like there's some decent resistance right around there. Ah, man, AEHR. Again, way too early, but look at there was the alert. I mean, if you're a little less conservative than I am, 27.24 was the alert, and it's at 24.79 now, or 24.20. Pure Storage is, yeah, it keeps making new lows. Pure Storage, PSTG, earnings play. A lit guys, ALIT, having a big jump here. ALIT expands integrated well capabilities with latest release of a light work light. Okay, so I had some news. Pure Storage. So the next low looking left for Pure Storage on the weekly chart is 24.89. Too close for me. Even if I wanted to sort of mildly break a rule and take something in the first 15 minutes, Pure Storage 24.89 is the next low. Now, listen, this could just pile right through it, but it's only about 20 cents away now. Now, if it does pile right through that, 24.30 is the next low. And we have we have a halt, guys. ZIMV on the way down, earnings play on the way down, all-time low. ZIMV, let's see, is this shortable for me? Appears to be. super active guys right off the bat here. There's Macy's, excuse me, it's Macy's through the VWAP now, 2208 is the VWAP, so it's through the VWAP. Well, meanwhile, AEHR is just cratering here now. The next low looking left is 2340. All right, this one is starting to move, guys. UWMC saw that briefly in the pre-market, but then it just didn't do anything. But markets opened. UWMC, not a low float, 80 million. Have no idea why it's moving. I don't see any headline for it. It's on an earnings. It is an earnings play. Well, it was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, so I guess continuation of earnings yesterday. Well, big area. If it can take out five, yeah, if this can take out five, it's got some room to run. And that is UWMC. Man, only 8 minutes in. I feel like we've been open for an hour. So much activity. Here's LAC LAC. Look at LAC LAC. Just doing down for some reason. So all lithium plays. Sigma Lithium plunge on Tesla's plan for motor without using rare earth minerals. Well, okay, so that's MP. Okay, and of course, anything to do with lithium right now. Anything to do with lithium right now because of what Tesla is in the future may do. So lithium and silicon wafers, silicon, not Si. This is different. Okay. There are now shorts available for me, SI. There's been some covering, 41,000. So there has been at least 41,000 shares covered. ZIMV opened and it is now an all-time low. And this is an earnings play. ZIMV is an earnings play, all-time low now. Company reported worse than expected Q4 adjusted EPS, etc. Okay, so that is ZIMV. Macy's continues to inch its way up through held. I think I mentioned this. It got through the VWAP 2213 and it is inching its way up. The next high looking left for Macy's M is 2273. So it's got a little bit of room. Okay, XMTR had a couple of downgrades this morning, but it's actually having a bit of a bounce. Bit of a bounce. We call this it's still negative. It's still negative for the day. Big is on the move, guys. Big lots. This is an earnings play. Look at the, I mean, really no action in the pre-market. Look at this. Look at this move from 14 to 1568. 27 million in the float, so it's a pretty low float. Volume is picking up now, and this is for big coming into maybe a little resistance area of 1590. That's the next high looking left. If it pops through that, 1635, and then maybe it can get up to that 17 level. Oh, Kroger continues. Wow, CDI. I completely missed this. Didn't even see it come into my. But look at it. Oh, wow. So it came into my 10-day daily breakdown. The alert was at, I'll show you where it was. The alert was at 769. Yes, it popped up to 849, but it came right back down. So this is a really tough trader today, guys. You want to, I mean, and Wolf, boy. So all these semis. So if you're semi or anything to do with lithium, you're having ugly days. Just based on what Elon said yesterday. Till a couple of minutes ago, until that 9:45 mark, where I'll start to take a look at things a little more closely to see if there's anything that I like that's set up. All right, guys, SI making another new low here. The pre-market low was 665. This is an all-time low right now, SI. All right, guys, I'm watching SI. I'm looking to see if I want to short this one. It's an all-time low right now. Wow. Obviously right there is the all-time low, 677. Just trying to see if I can maintain under 7. There's the VWAP, 752, so it's quite a bit of ways from the VWAP. Didn't even realize it. I mean, it showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown, but a little early, 931, and the price was 729. And yes, I'm sharing these scans here, the daily breakouts and the breakdowns. I am sharing them. Okay, so Pure Storage, I mean, it's showing up here, 25.24. Wow. I mean, again, if I'm I'm just a little too conservative to take them right off the bat. All right, so SI bounced over 7, so I may have to forget about it for a while anyway. I'll stick an alert right at the lows here, 677, and see if it takes it out later on in the day. See how the VWAP has increased here, 2222. So it is Macy's is still above the VWAP. Novavax is having a bounce, guys. NVAX, after all the turmoil it had yesterday, earnings and basically commenting that we may not be able to be a going concern in the future. 716 is the high of yesterday. You kind of see if it can take that out. There might be, those that want to play these sort of stocks, distressed stocks bouncing. All right, so what's the market doing? So we've got a little disconnect going on, guys. Dow's up a little, Nas is down a little. So a little battle between growth stocks and value stocks. SPY's down. Yeah, BRTX on the move. Yes. Now, if it takes out, what's that high right there? The high right there is, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Macy's. Boy, it's been all over the place. Look at this. I mean, it got up to 412 and it came right back down underneath 4. The pre-market high was 436. That's the magnet, kind of the magnet, 442-ish, 440. That's the high looking left. This one, HPX, it's got halted, or sorry, it resumed. It was halted earlier. I didn't even see that. So it was halted earlier. It's a crazy one from yesterday. Yeah, LYLT just showed up. Problem is, when you look at the daily chart, I just see so much happening around 2 and a little bit above it. So hard to get. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play, and it's a fairly low float, but I just have a tough time getting into it when I look left on that daily chart. Need something a little more clean. Whoa, boy, see SI. Why I wait, guys? You hear me say this all the time. I waited for my setup. I did not get it. I waited for a certain price. I did not get it. And SI now is having a bounce. All right, NVAX. Talk about a bounce here, guys. Gets through 716 tomorrow. Tomorrow today. I'm going to stick an alert at 717. That is the high, a penny above the high of yesterday. And see if it takes that out. See if they come out and say, you know what, we were just kidding about not being a going concern. We got plenty of money now. All right, guys, keep an eye on NVAX right now. Right now, it's at the high of yesterday. Can it take that out, or is it going to stall right there and just continue with a bit of a bounce? That's NVAX. All right, I took some guys, and my stop is going to be fairly tight. I mean, 710, 708, something like that. This has got to work immediately. I'm talking about the NVAX. And always remembering, for all the reasons it got hammered yesterday, they're still in effect. Okay, just watching it right now, wondering if I'm going to take a little bit off. I've got a fairly tight stop, so my risk reward, I don't need too much on the NVAX. I was kidding. I was kidding. I was saying that what do they do? Come out and say we're all right after yesterday's going concern comment. I was just kidding. I mean, one more little pop, maybe. All right, now I took some off at 729, guys. Sort of stalling there. So from 716 to 729. Wow, did SI ever come back? The memers or somebody got a hold of this one. See that little blue line down there? That was my potential, entry had to turn green. Still blue. Okay, all out, guys. So quick little trade for for the NVAX. Nothing fabulous, but I might look at it again if it gets back. In fact, let me do that. I might look at NVAX again if it gets back over 730. In fact, I think I have it right there. I have my price alert set right up there. So later on, maybe it gets back up over that level again and has a bit of a run in it. All right, little one. This one from yesterday. I remember this one from yesterday. ATXS. Excuse me. Sorry about that. ATXS. But to me, it's coming into too much resistance around that 15 level. Boy, what a bomb for SI. on the way up. Like some of the memers or somebody got a hold of them. He said, not so fast. 71% short float percent. Okay, PTLO guys, PTLO. Look at this one cratering. March 2nd. So this is a pre-market. So this is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. Through the 200-day moving average now. PTLO. Now, let's see if this has a sort of a bounce or something. Well, I don't know. Got to get through the 20. It's through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left is 1955. Well, I keep saying this. Earnings play, CDLX. CDLX, another earnings play. Underneath 4 now. Where could it go? To me, just a little too much support, not that far away on the daily chart, so I cannot take it. Well, even Macy's made it into my 10-day daily breakout. 2286 was the alert. Okay, so let's see. The high in the pre-market was 2381. The reasons why a Macy's doesn't typically make it in is because the relative volume has to be at least 8. Well, today for Macy's, it's 11. It is his earnings date. Big area right here. 2286 is the next high looking left, I think. 2286. Yeah, 2284, 2286. If it can take this out, then you look left and it's got some room to 2370. So stick an alert, price alert at 2286 and see if later on it takes it out. Later on, meaning it could do it in the next 5 seconds. You just have to you just have to have the pre-market open. It's just an option. So if you right click on a chart and click on and go down to properties and then pop up, all you have to do is just check show pre-market. Okay. That tan area here is the pre-market, and we start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time, 4 in the morning Eastern time. Sorry, 4 in the morning Eastern time. Well, guys, there goes Macy's. Macy's now through those areas. The next challenge might be that 2384. That is the high. Look what it got to. So it got a little bit above the actual daily high of a few weeks ago was 2370. In the pre-market, it got to 2380. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. What? Not an earnings play. Okay, OMI had earnings on the 28th February and got hammered down. The next high looking left is 1660. So this is trying to come back a little bit. Okay, SI may be starting to show its true colors now, guys. SI, after that big pop up. No shorts available now. So they've been snapped up again. There were about 40,000 that I saw it was dwindling to 30. And then this is when I was interested. There were still shorts available at this point. Didn't get down there. But now I'm looking at Interact. I'm only talking about Interactive Brokers, of course, when I say no shorts available. They have been tons of shorts for this one. Alit, ALIT. OKTA is an earnings play. Let's take a look at what it's doing. It's a more expensive one, OKTA. So it had a pullback and now it's starting to move a bit. It is the next high looking left. Is 82.10, 82.10. So if it stalls there again, this could turn into for those of you who don't mind shorting more expensive stocks, OKTA. What Macy's? What? Yeah, I've seen this move in Macy's before, and it always surprises me. Orderly, the orderly. I mean, now again, the next high, 23.70. Wow. UWMC maintained at neutral by Goldman Sachs. All right. Price target of 350 by Credit Suisse. Why are they look, what are they making pronouncements for on other companies when you are a $2.75 stock that used to be a major bank? Think anybody cares? PCT, this is interesting. Maybe breaking down through all of this. This is not an earnings play. Pure cycle. This is it could be interesting. I'm just looking at this daily chart. It's through all this mess here, which is around 6. The next low looking left looks like it's around 570. A little bit close maybe. So market's having a bit of a bounce here, guys. A couple of nice green candles so far. Kroger, I'm hearing Kroger. So Kroger along with Macy's. Now Kroger's pulling back a little bit. In fact, it's just down below the 200-day moving average. Not the 200, sorry, the VWAP. 45.81 is right at the VWAP right now for Kroger. So here's the deal. Will it hold it? 45.82, 45.81 is the VWAP, so it's sitting right on it for Kroger, KR. Wow, SI is right back up. RADI, I saw that post earlier by you, Mike, and I did see it flash somewhere. A little bit of a break here. RADI, it is an earnings play. Had a reaction was after hours. It's kind of held the big gap after hours. But let's take a look left. On the weekly chart, the next high is, well, it's right there, 1453. So if we can get through that, the next high is 1518. It's not bad. So if RADI can get going, it's got a shot to the 15 level. We're at 1450 right now. So well, here's another one that got hammered down on earnings. Newt, NEWT, 2 days ago, trying to recover a little bit, and that is NEWT. VRTX just showed up in my 10-day daily breakout. VRTX just showed up. But look how, oh man, this is a real tough one. The trigger was at 427 and just pulled right back down to 380. So very, very difficult trader today, guys. Look at these topping tails. In fact, if this were shortable, this is showing signs of, exhaustion in terms of exhaustion by the buyers. Somebody asked yesterday about bottoming tails. Well, here are the topping tails. Again, think about what this all means. So you've got a topping tail there on this opening 15. Buyers had it up here, 401. Sellers knocked it down to 357. Buyers tried again, got it all the way up to 412. Sellers knocked it down to 362. Buyers tried again, and we're in this current candle still, up to 427. And the buyers, have been selling off. Sorry, the sellers have been, forcing this down more. At some point, these people who are buying it here may just give up for a while and say, okay, sellers, you can have it now for a while anyway. Now it's a low float, so I mean, if all of a sudden 10 million shares comes in, yeah, I could take all this out and it could keep running. But at some point, the buyers are just going to give up for a while. Zito guys, ZTO is making a. But look at these bottoming tails though and topping tails. Well, it always is. It's there's Shabs. There's one idea for the week, so it always is UNG. The trigger was 890. So if you had taken it at 890, I don't know. I can't remember if it triggered on Monday. Certainly triggered yesterday or on Tuesday or Wednesday. I got up to 945, but it's only one, so it is the trade of the week all week. You'd have to read the email. I don't know what the target is. I don't. I wouldn't pay attention to targets, to be honest. Okay, I mean, it's all laid out in the email, though. So if you have the email, I mean, he talks about the entry at night 890, and then where the stop is. I think it's the 20 SMA or 10 SMA or something. I think he puts a target in only so that when you take a look at where the stop is, that the target is far enough away. So that makes sense for the trade, if you get my drift. Okay. You want to have at least a 1 for 2. So if his stop was let's make a $2, then he's going to be looking at it and saying, okay, we have a reasonable chance of making 4 on this. I think that's the only reason he would even put a target in. But if I'm in a trade like that, and sure, that might be the target in order to make at least a 1 for 2. But if it's stalled and started coming, I'd be out of the trade. I would not be waiting for the target. If I'm profitable in some, especially one of these. I mean, I never ever trade ETFs, but this is, I mean, obviously there are some who, like William, I think took this near the bottom and is trying to ride it. HPX, there were never any shorts available, Keyshawn, for me. I don't think there are many firms that are going to have shorts for HPX, but certainly Interactive Brokers did not. You mean, do I believe it's taken place? I have no idea, Keyshawn. I know there's all the conspiracy theories out there that it's there. I honestly don't. I honestly don't. I don't want to say I don't care, but I almost don't care. Okay, it doesn't affect me. Talking about naked shorting and does it exist and how big it is? How big is it? All right, guys. Macy's is still moving here. Macy's is longer it holds this 23 mark. I mean, it's still got room, obviously. I mean, the pre-market high was way up here at 2380, but the daily high is about the same, 2370. So this still has room. The longer it holds 23. Hmm. All right, Macy's just tucked itself under 23 right now. Let's see if it recovers. All right, Pure Storage now is okay. Earnings play and looking left. The next low is 24.30. So, and then there's another low at 24.23 and another one at 24.14. So it's got a little bit of work to get through those levels. Okay, so that's the issue right now with Pure Storage, PSTG. Now, if it can do it, then the next low looking left is 23.52. How was I doing after yesterday? Yeah, nothing too much. All right, waiting on Macy's now. I have to put a price alert. Macy's just over 23, right around here, 23.05. See if it reclaims it. Got a little bit of a pullback. The VWAP, wow, the VWAP's quite a piece away, 22.56. Now, I sort of discounted this one earlier, this LYLT, but I mean, it's sort of trading on its own right now, guys. It's an earnings play, LYLT, low float, 19.5 million in the float. I suppose if you disregard all this, it's got a shot to the 250 level. Where the volume is pouring in now to this LYLT, Loyalty Ventures, LYLT. Macy's just giving it up now, guys. Macy's giving it up. A little disappointed. I was hoping that it would hold that 23 mark. Maybe later, though. I've got my alert set. Whoa, this is an ugly looking 15-minute chart for BRTX. Topping tails, even some bottoming tails now, just sort of direction unknown. It takes out, I'm going to stick an alert up here around 413-ish and see if it gets back up there. I have no idea what that means, Keyshawn. I don't really think I think you're asking me questions that might be more for people who are more into the macro side of things. So I mean, I think you're talking what buying imbalances and this and that. Yeah, I don't even think about it. So those are my thoughts. Guys like Michael Nas and all who are, gone through the CME course and all that, they may think about stuff like that. But I just don't. All right, so BRXT now got above four again. I mean, at some point, this is why, later on in the day, I mean, this could settle down a lot more and we might get a better trend. I mean, but look at the bottoming tails and topping tails now on this. Stock racing comes with a standard package, but you have to be using our downloadable application. Okay, it's not available in the web-based version yet. Okay, but it's part of the standard service. DHC, is this an earnings play? Yes, it is. DHC is an earnings play. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable. Why am I interested? Well, look at this. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average. 132. Will that stall it? I don't typically short really cheap ones like this, but if that 200-day moving average stalls it, choppiness again, Porsche or Porsche, or is it Porsche? Anyway, um, choppiness again with the market. I mean, at the beginning, just like yesterday, topping tails and bottoming tails. So things are, they're just not following great trends. However, as I said yesterday, I really enjoy trading in the afternoon. I haven't seen Summit for a while, SMMT, and then high looking left, 239. I mean, it's actually look at the daily chart. Looks like there's just too much resistance. So, I mean, these things are going up. I've got to click on them to check what the charts look like. But, I'm pretty selective. I just don't like it. Well, okay, guys, pure storage is getting weaker and weaker and weaker here. Now we're at the whole number. The low's looking left for pure storage. Okay, 24.23 is one, so it's right there. And then the next one is 24.14. So if it can get through 24, but look at this, look at it just look at the bottoming tail now. Wow, look at Bruker Corporation. Not an earnings play, February 9th, so not an earnings play. Something's going on with them. BRKR. Yeah, if you're into the more expensive stocks, next high looking left is 72.23. So it's about $1 away. I missed out on this one. I should have been watching where that VWAP was for SI, which had 768, and now it is took that out just a while ago, and I missed it. Yeah, they're snapped up now too. They've been coming on and off. SI. Yeah, so when it took out the VWAP, I'm not sure they were available anyway, but they're not available now. So guys, I'll have a little bit of a disruption around let's see, 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern. I got the duck dudes are coming back to do some more work in our house. So they'll be here for a couple of hours. I don't have to spend the time with them, but I have to let them in, have a chat with them. And I'm not sure how noisy it's going to be. Hopefully the noise canceling software that I've got it'll be a non-issue. Yeah, they are called the duck dudes, literally. That's their name. I'm not making it up. All right, guys, I am now just kind of looking at some, looking talk about the races a little bit here, see if there's anything interesting happening in some of these races data. Just too extended right now. Yeah, this is a buyout. Yeah, public sector pension investment board to buy Radius. What price? We received $15. So now you might say, well, come on, it's at 14.50. Let's buy it. It's obvious it's going to 15. Not so fast. All right, guys, to see 10:30, and things have really slowed down now for me after that frantic 45 minutes. All right, guys, let me just talk a little bit about my homepage and what you're going to find, the scans especially. I think that's probably what most people are interested in, my scans. Y10 is Y10. RKDA is starting to move also, guys. RKDA. Okay, Greenhorn. So what he mentioned was that moving away from using chips and lithium. That's basically what he was saying for his cars. Okay. All right, guys. So this is what you'll see on my homepage. Click on my homepage link. So you want to take out a subscription? There is a promo code you can use. Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you how much it is. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. We have 4 plans. Annual premium 2,000, annual standard 1,000, less the 15%, of course. You don't have to go annual though. You want to go monthly? That's fine. This is what the monthly would be. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual, if you're in a monthly and you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. Okay. Uh, Big difference is the AI. Nothing really shaking. Macy's was good at the beginning, a little bit, but of course the AI had that unbelievable short of I yesterday, EYE. So changes from day to day, of course. So if you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. Talks about the download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Brand new to trading, this is for you. Trading 101. This is a course that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Okay. So I really recommend you take a look at that if you're brand new to trading. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week, we've talked about it. It is UNG this week. You can sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Education is here. Here's a user guide. There's that getting started again. So you should know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing. All you have to do is click on stock racing, and this is a great, he's got 4 videos, and these race startup, it's clickable, race configuration, clickable, all the details about, stock racing right there. I'm sharing a couple of them, of course. Daily support. So today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. And again, one of the other traders takes over. And being Thursday, it should be Steve. And he's the originator of the trades of the week. I'll confirm that before I take my break. More educational videos about trade ideas. Oops. Little glitch there. Okay, now I should always say, when you click on my link and you want my scan, you have to scroll down, okay? I always forget to say that. People say, well, where are they? I've clicked on your link, where are they? Scroll down, okay? And when you get to the scan section, there they are. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. These are the 2 races that you see. The 10-day daily breakout and down has been super active over the last month. But I do have, and here's that Halt resumes that you can see. So here are the scans that I am sharing. So if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link, and I'll bring you to the promo code. The room gets credit, I get some credit. You save my link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and that big education section. Yeah, no more shares now. Interactive Brokers, SI, they've been snapped up. Dish, oh man, Dish from yesterday, guys. It's weakening, weakening, weakening. So it had earnings on the 23rd of February and just has been weak ever since then. I know they had some kind of an outage or last week. I think they had maybe a break and a hack of some sort. Cord cutting claims another 1.4 million cable companies or customers in Q4. Boy, this is an all-time low right now, guys. Dish is an all-time low. Not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is not 8, but it would have. Meanwhile, ZTO, The alert was at 2370, so it's hasn't moved much since then. Earnings, it's not an earnings play, it's China. All right, guys. So again, if you're new, first of all, I forgot to welcome you. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and about 3:20 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And I'm sharing some of my scans, but we have a lot of other scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. And just a word about trade ideas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use us. Okay. We're not broker dependent. We do have a way in which you happen to have an IB, Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, how you can trade from within trade ideas, but it's not mandatory. We're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is. This is an example of a scan. Okay. Here's a momentum. We call it a momentum. This is one of the ones that I'm sharing my homepage. I call it Momo. And so what happens is right click, we're configure. Look at our KDA guys on the move. You can see it right now. So for my scans and any of the scans that we've created in our channel bar, if you want to see what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click and then click on configuration and then summary, and this will tell you what it's looking for. So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. Okay, lots of screeners out there, but we're a real-time scanner. So so in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's what gives it the momentum. Okay. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, this is why we're getting a real-time alert for RKDA. Okay. That's why we get it. So if I click on RKDA, I'm sure we're going to see some volume on that 15-minute. Look at that. Look at the volume right there. It's not magic, guys. It's just, putting the scan together. And again, this is one of the ones that I'm sharing. Now, if you like this scan, the way it is, well, first of all, if you like the scan, any scan that you see, okay, obviously I am sharing this one, so you don't have to do what I'm going to show you. But if you went to another channel and you liked another scan and you wanted to make a part of your layout, all you have to do is right click and duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, basically it's taking it out of this layout. This is what we call a dock layout. So it's taking it out of the layout, popped up on another monitor. So here it is, free floating. So if you like it the way it is, then you can save it to your cloud, or you can make some changes if you want. So you might like this, the concept, but maybe you want a different price range. Just click on the icon. I'll change it to 10 and 100. That'll be the price. Click on the summary, see how it's changed to 10 and 100, click on OK. And now you've sort of taken what we've given you and customized it to your style of trading. Then you can save it to the cloud. Okay, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. If I right click on this scan, configure, now I'll click on search. So do not get hung up on how many real-time alerts we have and how many filters that we have. But here they are. Okay, it starts off at the very top, new highs of the day, new lows of the day. And if I keep scrolling down, when I see these icons, these are our filters, they're screeners. So why we have so many is that when the company started, about 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. Don't get overwhelmed by this. So, and again, we've created a lot of scans here in this channel bar, plus the scans that I got that You don't have to, learn how to, well, you should always learn how to make your own scan if you want to, but, if you don't have to make one from scratch. And I shouldn't say that, I'm sure there's some of you out there that don't make any scans at all. You take mine, maybe massage them a bit, you take the ones that are in here, and that's it. So there's probably a lot of our customers that don't make any scans from scratch. Yeah, Jethro, so the only thing I can say, so the question is there an OS version plan for the future? Well, we're trying to get the web-based version up to almost the same as the downloadable application. And with AWS, it's going to be a little bit easier. So the answer is no, we'll not have like a OS version, but we will have, I think we're trying to get, excuse me, we're trying to get it so that the web-based version is virtually the same as the downloadable application, and then it won't matter. All right, guys. Well, look at this RKDA. So RKDA, what's the flow? 23 million. I don't see any reason why this is moving higher, but it is halted. I mean, the reason it's halted is because of the volatility, but I don't know if there was any news that came in this. I don't see any. Used to trade with seed. Let me see if seed is still is popping also. Yeah, look at seed, guys. So seed is not quite as dramatic as RKDA. No timeline really, Jethro. I mean, the switch to AWS, Amazon Web Services, was done at the beginning of the year. So that was the major step that had to, but since then there's a lot of our dev guys are just going at it 24 hours a day. Now, in the interim, speaking of AWS, if you didn't, you could use our service using AWS, or if you didn't mind using something like an emulator like Parallels for a while anyway, then you could have our downloadable service. And I think Y10 also, guys, Y10 is another one. Y10 is another, I call them, these are the seed stocks. So Y10 was active. Seed is active. This is Origin, I think. Yeah, Origin. Seed is active also. Not nowhere near as active as the RKDA, but you can see that it's another China stock. This is a U.S. based stock, but look at the move. But coming into a big resistance area, in my opinion, well, maybe not. Maybe it won't care. So this blue window that you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. But this is telling me, you can't see the symbol, but this is the halt for RKDA at 1327. This is the projected open 14. That can change, of course. And this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Typically, the halts are 5 minutes long. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, this will open at 10:54 plus 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, if they're not 5-minute halts, then typically they're the multiples of 5. So you can see right there, HPX was halted at 10:31 plus 4 seconds. It opened at 10:41 plus 4 seconds, 10 minutes later. Ah, the 40 to 1. Okay. When was that? RKD? Let's see. When was that? Was it fairly recently? I don't see where it was. Usually our little news will show us that. Wow. Meanwhile, another SFM is just exploding also. Sprouts, so little food stores. Look at Sprouts. SFM is an earnings play. Well, it's not Interactive Brokers giving. It's just no, you're not going to see it here. Look at this, 1425. It's just in general, there are 5 minute halts. And if it's not a five, then it's a 10. If it's not a 10, then it's a 15. It's not it's nothing to do with Interactive Brokers, Keyshawn. It's just telling you what all Interactive Brokers does is it's giving you a bit of a glimpse of where it could open. Okay, but this, when we last looked at this, that's at 14. Now it's at 1430. Doesn't mean it's going to happen there, but so if you were in this one, that's what you'd want to see, as opposed to 11, okay, underneath where the current price. But it's just general knowledge that these are usually 5 minute halts, if not five, then 10. And we'll see because it just resumed. Okay, so you can see it was a 10 minute halt. And it exploded and it's going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. When was the reverse split? Somebody said it might be a reaction to the reverse split, but when was that? I do recall it being a reverse split, but like when? Really? February 28th. I'm very surprised it's not showing up here. I mean, I see material rights. Maybe I would have to read all this. Well, who knows, guys? Maybe that'll be our next little sector. Remember when the reverse split sector, as we called it, went crazy for a bit? Companies that did reverse splits fairly recently. But what I don't see is any news. Usually what happens is they'll do a reverse split. Then if they're smart, they'll pump out anything at all within a week or so, if they can, to get the stock juiced again. But I don't see anything. Okay, guys, I'm anticipating the duck dudes will be here very soon. It's 7:57 my time. They said around 8 o'clock. So, mm, all right, guys. Pure Storage is. I mean, I wish it weren't so close to 24, but it is really starting to move down now. Pure Storage, PSTG. This is an earnings play. And you can see right there, there was the alert 2524. There's it 24. It was also an AI alert. My alert was a little bit better, a little earlier. There's another one on the move here, guys. CMRX. This is another little earnings play. CMRX. CMRX, not S. X. Look at the market, guys. Market in lift mode. Well, in theory, yeah, in theory, that if that had been a reverse split, that should have been adjusted by now because it usually adjusted if it was on the 20th. Well, the 28th might have been too late. It probably you won't see that until maybe the 15th. Now it's halted on the way down. It's just for fun. Go to my float checker for RKDA. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, maybe Morningstar has made that adjustment, but everybody else is still at 23, 22, 22, 23. Morningstar at 615,000. So if we divide, yeah, it's hard to know. I've got like, it could be 164,000 shares in the float, but anyway, whatever it is, A real I get it show for you, Shady. There's an icon for everything, or an emoji for everything. Oh man, looked at this one earlier. I know this one was right at the 200-day moving average, DHC, but it is powered right through. Ah, come on, Dish. I'm in this Dish short, guys. I did. It's done. It's doing really nothing. Doing nothing really. I'm in at 83, 1083. I'm just waiting to see. I mean, it's an all-time low right now. See if I can induce it downwards just by putting some price alerts underneath. Well, PSTG guys, critical area right now. Right now. Real is so lazy that he's actually or so chill. Okay, he's reduced his nickname from Real Alax or whatever he's called to RLX. So keep an eye on the PSTG. I mean, if it does take out 24, your next low looking left on the weekly is way down here, 21. Well, here's a nice little break here. XMTR. I was actually looking at this one earlier as a potential short, but yeah, let me shrink this down a little bit. Yeah. So a little break here for XMTR. Got hammered yesterday on earnings. I mean, really hammered. But a little bit of a break here. It's over the VWAP. 1801 is the VWAP, so it's certainly over the VWAP and trying to move a little bit. I think it had two more downgrades today, but obviously the attraction is the fact that yesterday's high was 23. Mosaic. Yeah, the VWAP's at 4607, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. I'm really, really wanting to take the short in PSTG. Taking out 24. I mean, it's just kind of sitting right on it because the next low is 21.87 on the weekly chart. Actually, an AI alert also. Bad 24.56 was the alert. And of course, on mine, it was 25.24. All right, new one just showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. SYM. SYM. How influential will all this be? I don't know. I mean, the bottoming tip. All right, Dish. Go Dish. Give me a little bit. So what was I looking at? SYM. Yeah, 140,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Ah, boy, it's DHC. Once it took out that 200-day moving average, look at it. It's straight up, guys. DHC earnings played, small guy. But that's right. I remember looking at this big float, $250 million in the float, and it is just ran. I mean, took out that 200-day like nothing. SYM is making its way down, guys. SYM. There's the alert. 1470, 1449 now. I heard MP. Why did I hear MP? So, trying to answer somebody in our Discord room. So, Greenhorn, if you're still there, this is the actual release. Some these stocks are dropping because of Tesla's Investor Day. EV, so MP down pre-market. Stocks that make semiconductors using silicon carbide. So again, anything to do with lithium or silicon are taking a hit today because of what Elon said yesterday. Guys, AMC. I might take a short on this one. And this is in the simulator, still short 500 shares of AMC at 716, 594 right now. Look left, where could it stall? 590. So if it takes out 590, the next low is 540 or so. No, RKDA right back up and halted, right back up and halted. Yeah, it got halted at 11 through, well, at 11:14. So it just got halted. Well, let's see. Halt up. Well, halt up is better than halt down for sure. But let's see where it could. No real clue here. 1574. That's not really a SYM, guys. SYM producing. You know why I like this also? It's not an earnings play because a lot of these that we're seeing in the last 3 weeks, of course, and they break out or break down, they're all earnings. A lot of them are earnings plays. And so what happens when we're out of earnings season? We're not going to get maybe the dynamic ones, but this SYM was not an earnings play. And the Bear Cave issues a short report titled Problems at Symbiotic. All right. So I guess that's a major reason. Where are those duck dudes? They're late. Boy, Macy's really, I'm surprised. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised. Thought it would, well, there's a good short right there, 2262 when, or 2257 when it broke down through the VWAP. Because it was holding over that 23 pretty well for a while, and it still had some room. And it's an earnings play, and market wasn't tanking on it. So, boy, DM, another just another earnings play, guys. Desktop metal. We saw this one down here. Was holding the VWAP. Go to? I don't know. Let's see if go to would have shown up on anyone of mine. Hmm. Well, the relative volume is now 3, so it's possible. It's possible it wasn't showing up because the relative volume was under 3. Most of my scans have 3. And that's why I wait. You know, I was not going to take this one, PSTG, unless it, number one, broke down through 24. Ooh, Box is, okay, Box earnings play. Box, BOX, 2773 is the next low looking left. It's through the 200-day moving average, 2853. So it's through that. Big gap down, man, a big gap down for this. PSTG right back down, guys. PSTG right back down after that little pop. It's an earnings play, and so obviously the earnings reaction is terrible. So SYM, well, a great move down, but now a big pop up. Look at the SPY, look at the 15-minute chart, look at these topping tails, look at these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. I mean, the trend is up, but boy, it's still not smooth. Mentioning BBAI over on YouTube. I don't think I've seen that one. Looking at my race. Oh, there it is. I don't have to type it in. There is BBBI, or AI. Yeah, no kidding. Straight up. Off the 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average held. And AI itself, but having a bad day, I guess. Just not getting the press releases like we were a few weeks ago regarding these companies saying, "Hey, we got AI too, chatbot, etc." That has dried up. Oh, where are these coming from? Ribbit. Here's another one. Ribbit. RIBT. Rice Bran Technology. So some of these foods. I on I. Let's take a look at I. Is it having a pop here? Your recovery. 2266 is the VWAP, so it's just hanging above it. But boy, it's just basing. It's just doing nothing right now. Basically, it's flat. All right, there's your Arcadia. All right, DAC. You got your pop. Well, you might have just got stopped out. I don't know. Got down to what, 23? Keep watching AMC, guys. It's just hanging underneath 6. And I'm looking for a breakdown, more of a breakdown here. Okay, another one just I haven't seen this one, I don't think today. Larmer, LR Laramir, Laramar, LRMR. It just showed up on the momentum scan. Not sure why it did because I thought I put a bigger volume. I might have minimum volume. I think I loaded another version. Yeah, I want 300K minimum. Yeah, this one may not be over. RKDA may not be over. It hasn't had the giant collapse yet. Hey guys, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Ooh, CNSL. Now this one's got some room. Hammered down on earnings. Okay. The next high looking left is 381. Trying to have a little bit of a comeback here. CNSL, not a low float. Let's see if it's setting up over the VWAP. VWAP is 301. Yeah, this has got some room, guys. See, again, for all the reasons it got hammered down, they're still there, but there's some bottom fishing taking place right now. I'm surprised. There's almost 5 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short, but excuse me, how ugly this one was is BRTX. Look at the topping tails. Remember we talked about that? All these topping tails, all these buyers moving it higher, sellers moving it down at every single opportunity. I'm surprised the buyers lasted that long. Another one trying to crawl back is, sorry, I'm not munching on something here. BRSP. I'm saying wow a lot. I know because of these moves. These moves. These are unbelievable moves. They're straight up. Hardly any pullback at all on a 15-minute chart, like a DHC. All right, I have to look at it. I'm getting an alert on it. JAGX. I don't like you, but okay. Right, Macy's is just getting smoked. I don't think I ever knew Moose. I've heard his name referenced years ago, but I don't think I ever really knew him. Look out below. I don't think this is shortable for me, but CDIO. This is a break now for CDIO. Don't think it's shortable. Yeah, it's not shortable for me. All right, for Macy's, okay. 3 to 12. All right, guys, I turfed my dish. Made pennies on that one. I'm amazed how little this one is trading. EYI. Don't get me wrong, it's relative volume, but how it's just sort of hanging in this channel here. ZUO, another earnings play, guys. Earnings play. 124 million in the float, so it's not low float. The next high looking left is 924. So I mean that could stop it. Lots of shares available to short if that stopped it. Ah, okay. So duck dudes are going to be late. They're just telling me 60 minutes from now. So, all right. All right, guys. Well, in that case, Steve is going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. All right. Well, I guess watch Zuo from here, guys. ZUO earnings play right at that high of a few days ago, and if it takes that out, then the next high is that right 1036. Yeah, 1036 on the weekly chart, 1036 and 1026 on the weekly chart. So ZUO has some room if it gets through that 924, which it looks like it's trying to. 924 is the next high looking left. Where's the VWAP? VWAP's 894, so it's above the VWAP, no problem. Definitely keep an eye on ZUO. ZUO. Ah, Dish. One of the reasons I got out of it, guys, is I was anticipating these guys were going to show up momentarily. I didn't want to be in this trade, but then they just texted me. They're going to be here an hour later. So I probably would have kept this one. I don't, I was still up a few pennies, so I don't usually get out of a trade as long as I'm up, even if it's pennies. But here we go down now. Dish. Hey guys, this is inching its way up. It's over that 924. 924 again was the next low looking high looking left on the daily chart for ZUO. Okay, so it is inching its way up. Yeah, I've forgotten to sort of keep an eye on that reel. Yeah, guys. So remember now, specific stocks, that tab right there, just for specific stocks. Okay. Otherwise, it's general market talk. All right, I just want to make sure it is Steve today. He might have already told me. Yeah, it's Steve today. Ooh, I was gonna take the ZUO. Well, I was checking to see if Steve is going to be in our YouTube room, and I noticed it just popped down. So I still have my alert set up in this area. It popped down through that 924. I mean, that's the key level, 924. Just maintained above that high. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch the ZUO back at 924. Love to see it get into the 930s, and then that would probably be my signal to take the trade. It has room on the weekly chart to keep running. It's an earnings play, so you figure it'll be fairly active for the rest of the day. Hey guys, ZUO back up at that 925 level, 940, 924, 926 level. Just seeing if it just has to clear it in a big way. So real, when you were mentioning the fib for Macy's down around that 22, 16, 17 mark, are you talking about that as a potential bounce area? Potential? All right, guys. Well, PSTG finally had a break underneath 26 or 24. So, so this is the key break because wait a moment, find my next lows. Yeah, it looks like that again. The next low looks like it's around 23.52 now. Okay, so there is some room. And if it really has to collapse, it can, 22. It's an earnings play, and obviously, whatever they said, Market's not liking it. The dip of Amam is like the name of a movie, The Dip of Amam. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I lost sight of this one. This one was a real choppy one. I completely lost sight of it. Had some news yesterday, but it really sold off. I got up to 686 and it sold down to 586. It kind of sold off. Best you can say. I mean, obviously the trend's been up, but choppy. And this doesn't do it justice when you look at the daily chart, but you'd have to look at a 15 to see how choppy up and down it has been. Here's one that's just showing up. Stag W. STGW. Boy, I'm frustrated because every time I see these, then I look left and I just see a bunch of junk that could get in the way. All right, guys, 11:53. So Steve will be in our YouTube room very soon. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in to the room. So if you want to head over and listen to Steve for an hour, you can. Next level for PSTG. Come on, weekly chart. There we go. Is that 2352? Okay, 2352. Possible to open an account so you can make myself a gap scanner? Well, yeah, I mean, we have gap scanners. So you're not a subscriber? So you're wondering if you did open an account, could you make yourself a gap scanner? Is that your question? Bilge? Can you hear me? I mean, I have a gap scanner that I can share. But if you're, it sounds like you're not a subscriber, but Right there, I've got gap continuation or reverse. There are 4 scans in here that are all around gaps as an example. Okay, well, I don't hear an answer from Village, so I'm not sure he can hear me. Can you hear me, Village? Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. There he is. I hear a little beep or a pop.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
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 You got me.
I do. I do got you.
I found you.
How me? Me's fine. How was you?
I said I found you.
Oh, I thought you said how are you
I
or how
clicked all the
you.
buttons, but yes, how are you, Barry?
I'm
Having a good
fine.
having a good day?
I'm fine. So listen, in about shouldn't be a problem. I think in about 50 minutes from now, I've got these guys coming over to clean the ducts in the house. They were supposed to be here now. So that might, I know you want to leave early, so it may correspond exactly to when they get here. So I'd have to spend like a minute with them, let them in. And,
No big deal.
but hopefully it's okay.
No big deal. It's funny on the developers meeting. They usually ask me to give them the update first, so I can never be late.
Ah, okay.
So, no problem. I'll do my best, or you do your best.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but um, what was I going to say to you regarding the developers meeting? What is the number one? Well, I don't know if we should be talking. I get sure we can talk about this in front of people. First of all, just let me mute the other room. I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room, guys. So
Hmm.
I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there now. So I'm going to put the main room on mute, and then the other little Discord room that has one person in it. There we go. Yeah, so with AWS, like how is it progressing at all?
It's progressing fine. You know, one of the main guys who has been brought on to do it is moving through the AWS certification process, like 12 different
Ah,
steps. He's very smart, and of course, Michael Franz and William, they're doing a great job. The focus, where I think your question is where's the real focus right now? It's definitely on
hmm,
AWS, but it's highly concentrated on the HTML5 charts.
right,
So
okay.
there's a lot of work being done on that. I need to talk to them this afternoon to try and reignite the Market Explorer for Michael because he's got some pretty
Hmm.
good AVWAP scans that need to go. So I need to kind of light a marketing fire under them over there. That's my job. So
Right. Okay.
anyway,
Okay, my friend, I
our
will.
golf game's good too, by the way. Thanks for asking.
What'd you shoot last? What's your handicap right now?
I don't turn my scorecards in, but I shoot low 80s, so I'm probably at
Okay, well that's
12.
good. No,
Yeah,
shooting you can break 90 just as a casual golfer. That's really good, in my
yeah,
opinion.
yeah. I'm trying to get back
So,
to break 80. I'm working on it. I go out and practice in the afternoons and got some new putting thoughts and some new swing thoughts. I'm actually going to get a driver fitting on Sunday. That's going to be fun. Get the data of
oh
all the
yeah.
ball spin rate and carry and all that. See if I can buy myself another 20 yards.
Well, it's funny. I joke, everybody knows that I love Best Buy. That's my favorite store. But when I was a golfer, boy, Golf Town, I was there every single week.
That's
Every
cool.
single week. And, just looking at the new putters and the new drivers and the new this and
Hmm.
that. But that's
It's
gone by the
addicting.
wayside.
All
Okay,
right.
my friend, I'll
Thanks,
let you
Barry.
go.
Enjoy your break. I'll see you
Okay,
later.
thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Mike C. Yeah, we'll talk about that for sure. Um, Mike C. I'll just get right into it here on some of the things I want to, maybe talk about. And I know and I hope there are a few of you in here that I've either talked to or somebody else has directed to come here. The purpose of this 1 hour break to give Barry is not to just chew the fat and talk about golf and developers. Um, it's certainly not for me to ramble for an hour, even though I can, but it's really for newer users who are just trying to get a grasp of how to configure something or try to understand something, because it's very difficult to convey concepts and solutions typing words in chat. It's very visual in its nature. So that's why we're here. And what I'm saying is I want to give precedence to whoever is here. I'm going to buy another little bit of AMC here. I'll tell you why in a second. Add a small chunk to that, because I have been doing a couple things here. Market, buy, get me in. That's cool. All right. Um, let's just start real quick. I'll give you a quick 5 minutes, then I'll get to your questions. Let's see your question, Keyshawn. You are first. Market in general, SPY. Okay, we've been pinched between the 50 and the 200 day. This is a little pinch here, and the resolution is going to be either one direction or the other. I don't know which. I'm actually long SPXS right now, which means I'm short the market. It's the inverse of the SPY. This is what SPXS looks like. It's a triple, which means it's up 0.64. Nothing really special today, but the SPY is probably down 0.2. Yep, exactly. So it's a triple inverse. I'm using that. So I'm banking on the market. If the market gives away this 200-day moving average, and by gives away, I mean closes below it, then I'm going to stay with this position. If it doesn't and it bounces today, I might just take some profits, but I'm really watching this closely. I mean, we are now under the 50. We've got the momentum 10 coming down to slant. There's a lot of headwinds and currents right there. So maybe I'd cover half for profit. But again, I'm a swing trader. And as I've said, I like to make my decisions at the end of the day. If I can't decide what I want to do at the end of the day, just see how the candle closes if I didn't take any profits during the day. So that's the NASDAQ. I'm sorry, the SPY. We'll just leave that as it is. My positions, a couple things. I picked up some AMC today. I waited for these earnings to blow off. It was up here at 852, and it is 3 days of sell-off is always perfect for me after earnings. And coincidentally, it's just really lining up with a lot of things here. We got a pivot point, all right, prior resistance, prior support, and we have the 20 SMA right there. So I had that blue line drawn, as you can see, and as we got close to it, it never triggered, but I bought right off the bottom here, maybe about a 2/3 position, and I just added a little bit more. Maybe I'm 2/3 now. But what I need to see here is the beginnings of some closes above in green, above this moving average. And that will give me confidence that maybe by the end of the day, this candle can spike back up and give me a good bottoming tail. And if that's the case, then I feel very positioned for a possible good 2 or 3 day move. If that's a reversal point, then the gravy should start flowing. We'll see. This is a very weird stock to trade. It doesn't trade on supply demand. It just kind of trades on its own unique set of parameters, if you know what I mean. It's kind of a war of attrition going on right now between the short sellers and the diamond hand holders who refuse to sell. Secondly, 2 days ago, I bought some AUI. So Patrick, if you're here, here's my gold play. I'm not in any silver yet, but I looked at this gold miner here and how it just bang held on to that 200-day support. So I bought 2 days ago on this wide wick day. I waited for the washout down below and it popped back up. So I took some home that night and I'm going to hold this. I feel like this could be another multi-day hold. So we look at AMC, we look at AUI. You guys can see how I'm buying my longs in this market. I'm using the SPXS to short. You just sold your AUI 10 minutes ago. Well, I'm going to bank that we can get a close above this declining 10. And if we do, then, 540 is in the cards up here, 550. I would definitely probably take some off at 550. Lastly, yes, UNG. So the trade of the week is working. Oops, except for the moment, but I'll get to that. I'm playing it by way of BOIL. BOIL, it's a double. So BOIL is down 5.5%, which means UNG is going to be down 2.25 or roughly 3. Close enough for government work. But what I really want to do is key off the UNG chart, right? Because that's the one that's not a double. You want to use the regular underlying. So what we have here is what I call the bird in the hand trend change. That's trademarked. That's all me. I created that. What I mean by that is a horrible downtrend. We've all seen it. I don't have to zoom out. It's been horrific. But all of a sudden, this momentum line, remember, works to the downside. We tried to break up, and then that 20-day backstop didn't even get close through it back down. But then we have this kind of, I'm going to call this the ultimate stop hunt down here. Big chunk of volume, a lot of transactions, probably a lot of hands were traded down here, and people got out, and some institutions or big money got in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days forward. Look at our moving averages now. They're flattening out, and the 10 is just about a day away from crossing the 20 back to the upside. We have not seen this type of price action above these two moving averages for quite some time. The last time was back here, and it was short-lived. But again, that was up at 23. We're down at 9 now. So a lot of volume down here. A stop hunt, a break above the moving averages. And why I call it the bird in the hand is that these moving averages kind of become a little launching pad, and the price goes sideways. And when it starts going sideways, it really, in my opinion, the likelihood is another break higher. And the less likelihood is that it's going to fall back below. I'm not saying it can't, but it could. But I'm going to ride this, and I'm going to ride it by way of BOIL. Now, if I get my price, I hopefully get a secondary move. I'm anticipating that the first move has been here. We're a bit overbought, so we've got to chew off some of that overbought nature. If I can get a move up to this 50, declining 50, I'm going to take a big chunk off right there, and that would be a huge trade. So that's my target. That's my thought for what's going to happen in this UNG trade. I'm in it using BOIL because I'm using leverage on the ETF. Those are my positions. I still have a lot of cash. I decided, Patrick, that I had too much tied up in PSLV, and there were days where I wanted to go buy something and I didn't have any buying power, and it's just languishing down here below the 200-day. It's not really showing me anything. All right, I see some good questions come in. Hi, Keyshawn. What are my thoughts on fair value gaps? Fair value. You're talking about GAPS? I guess you're not talking about a gap up. Are you talking about accounting? Talking about fundamentals, fair value. I'm not a real good fundamental guy. I'm not a real good fundamentals guy, and fair value is something I honestly don't look at fundamentals, Keyshawn, because okay, I got you. I'm more interested in what the chart's telling me, because what the chart's telling me is the truth. It's the footprints in the sand of the collective psychology, and that's really all we're trading is the collective psychology. So I'd rather monitor the footprints in the sand and read those tea leaves than listen to some idiot on CNBC talk his book and upgrades and downgrades and tell me why I shouldn't be in this or why that's not working. But that's not what your question is. Your question is more fundamental, and you qualified it by saying imbalances. So, at the end of the day, I'll tell you what, I do. I don't look for it, but I've got my Twitter going all the time, and I follow Zero Hedge, and they're pretty darn good about staying on top of everything real time, data wise, and data economic news. If I see the buy on close, sell on close, and balance orders skewed one way or the other, that can have an effect on me at the close. If I'm thinking about maybe lightening up on something, and I see the big sell imbalance before 15 minutes or whatever it is before the close, that can creep into my decision process. Yeah, but I don't put a lot of stock in it. Okay, let's move here. We'll come back to you, Keyshawn, because I don't want to miss a couple here. All right, Tank Man. I'm learning Brian Shannon's anchored VWAP. He mentioned he will be doing a webinar with his company. Is there an anchored VWAP method this program complements that you would recommend? So if you take Brian's book, and Brian's actually a friend of mine, I've got myself a signed copy. He was out in San Diego, and we had lunch about 3 weeks ago. I'm almost all the way through his book. I got to finish it before the webinar, which you speak of is coming up in 2 weeks. So there will be a lot of information, and I'll give you an answer in two different perspectives. The first perspective is to basically, just use our anchored VWAP in the way in which Brian teaches. So we could say, let's go year to date. That's always a big one. Year to date VWAP in the SPY. What does that look like? So we'll go ahead and grab our drawing tool, grab the anchor. Year to date is right there. It's that candle. It's the first trading day. You know what? I'm going to use my other chart because this one just has too much on it. I have this cleaner chart just for such reasons, to look at RSI and to look at anchored VWAP. There's the first day of the year. Let's see what anchored VWAP shows. All right. Interesting, right? So since the day one of this trading year, everybody who was long was happy here because the value weighted average price from the anchor of January 3rd held, got a bit extended, came back to test it, and we bled through, came back to try and retest it, and now the AVWAP is acting as resistance. So, this is a bigger picture type of thing. This is how I would use it. I would say there's just really another kind of a headwind that the market is facing right now. Another thing that Brian does is he'll look at like a pinch play. So if we take another crucial element, which would be the recent high, let's see what would happen. Everybody who chased this recent high up here and started loading up, where are they? Well, they're very much under. Okay, so they never really reclaimed that high. So it's telling us that that's very weak. But sometimes you'll see what's called the pinch, and I like to look at those plays to see where I was talking earlier, using the 50 and the 200 for the market. That's an interesting play as well. So there's many different ways to use anchored VWAP. He is going to be doing a webinar, and he's going to do it with Michael Noss, and that's the second part of my answer. Michael Noss is in charge of our tool called the Market Explorer, which right now has an out of service sign on it because we've migrated to Amazon Web Services, and that's requiring a lot of dials and levers and switches being thrown one by one to get everything back to par. And we hope to have that working by the time the webinar is there. And why that's important is because the Market Explorer, which is the E right here, we hope to have in the future a menu where we could come and do a selected strategy and have an anchored VWAP menu of a selection of ideas. So that's the to be coming part, Tank Man. That's the concept. For now, we're going to just have him on and talk about his book and talk about how to use it. We have anchored VWAP on the charts. As you can see, I like to use the blank version here versus my other moving averages. It just gets too messy there. Let's see, is there an anchored VWAP method this program complements you would recommend? So yeah, just use the anchored VWAP tool, apply it with some of his chapters in the book, look at stocks, look at charts, use the anchors that he discusses. But a teaser, yes, to be coming, will be a new menu on the Market Explorer where you don't have to program anything. You don't have to go looking for anchor. The system will be looking for the AVWAP pinch play, the AVWAP midday bounce, or whatever type of strategies that we're going to be discussing in that webinar. We're going to try and launch that into our tool, the Market Explorer. So I hope that answers your question, Tank Man. All right, imbalances. Patrick, I still have lost my PSLV and my IRL long term. Yeah, same thing. It's just I decided I got sick of tying up so much of my cash, Patrick. So I want to be participating in some of these other moves. Can you pull up the 15-minute chart for ONCS? Yes, we can do that. Let's take a look. ONCS. And again, if somebody has been directed to come here for some instruction, please chime in. This is for everybody, especially the people who want to learn. All right, ONCS. There is your chart. Keyshawn. Yeah, Bill, there's some things that are working and some things that aren't. So Keyshawn, you had me bring up this chart ONCS. I would just point out that's very strong on the daily chart. Interesting, it's going higher on red candles, which means yesterday it gapped up. And in the moment of truth right here, the 10 SMA should have bounced, but it didn't, it bled. So here we are again, the moment of truth. It's actually holding today. So is today going to be different than yesterday? As long as it stays above this 10 SMA, I would say there's a chance for it to continue to hold the momentum. But the later that you get in the day, the less, in my opinion, sometimes, things can get restarted, but things that have been strong all morning, sometimes start to give that up towards the end of the day. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Tankman, it appears the price is near the anchored VWAP recent low. Okay, let's see. Let's bring that back up. I assume we're talking about SPY. Recent low wouldn't be that one. Are you talking about this one or this one? Correct. We will have more anchored VWAP built into that Market Explorer in the future. Okay, so Chandru, highly recommend you buy the book. Brian Shannon's what's anchored VWAP, just multiple trading strategies using anchored VWAP. And Brian Shannon, Alpha Trends, at Alpha Trends on Twitter, you should follow him. He really did a deep dive over the last few years and put together an excellent compilation of using the VWAP. Now it's funny because I also learned this 5-day moving average, this 130 period from Brian. So he's evolved, from using the regular moving averages into the volume weighted average price using an anchor. The anchor being a specific day. Let's find something that had earnings recently. Let's just bring up old Apple. Let's look at everybody that purchased Apple on the earnings day is now underwater. We can draw another VWAP anchored from this is my starting point, the low, which is another key level that you would want to anchor. So now, if you're in Apple, you realize that you've given away the post-earnings VWAP. So basically, post-earnings VWAP, it's showing weakness. However, the buyers may, in fact, step in to support this level at 142 because everybody that's long from down here might add to their position, might defend their position. So it's the perfect mix of time, price, and volume. And there you have it. Hopefully that helps. Chandru, definitely buy the book. Peter, buy the book. There's many different points, year to date, gaps, earnings, a wick high, a reversal low, key points on the chart, not just random, but key points, key events, key news events, gaps, and things like that. So yes, we will have more anchored VWAP methods built into the system. So we don't have any screeners at the moment. We do have up to 5 days of VWAP that you can use as a screener and a filter and say, show me a stock that just crossed, its 3-day VWAP or today's VWAP. But this is a pretty technical thing to do. And to my knowledge, there's really no scanners out there currently that are doing it. So our intention is to hopefully get that thing working and kind of wow Brian to the fact that now you have something that can go in search of these setups rather than going through all your favorite charts one at a time and saying Tesla, wow, okay, so everybody who bought Tesla down here at this low, they better get ready. What about this gap here? We could do an anchored VWAP from everybody that chased this gap. Where are we? Interesting. So look at this, Peter and everybody. I anchored off of the gap up, and look at what happened. We showed a lot of correlation in support, but guess what? We just gave that up. So if we gave that up, if you're short selling it or you're long, you have to expect that maybe this might be the next level of support. That's how a VWAP works. There's many different iterations and setups, but that's the gist of it. Tank Man, we did that one. So yeah, stay tuned. And make sure you're on our email list. You'll start to see the marketing and the promotion going out for our March 14th Anchored VWAP webinar with Brian. I'll be there as the moderator. Michael is our in-house nerd mathematician. He'll be there to try and work with Brian in real time and show how we can use trade ideas to use those setups. Oh, I just rubbed my eye and now I have double vision. Give me a second so I can read. All right, Mike C. He used anchored VWAP on 3-minute chart the other day. He anchored it to the intraday high. It's a good point. So I've been doing anchored VWAP on daily charts. You can do the same thing on intraday charts. Let's just see, like, I have no examples that come to mind, but let's just see. I took anchored VWAP from this high right here. Where are we? Yeah, we're below it. If I took an anchored VWAP from everybody that bought this low down here, we're still below it. So the S&Ps are pretty weak, no matter what time frame you look at. And again, we're going to wait until the end of the day to see what happens. But honestly, this is not a very bullish scenario today, gapping down up into that 295 level. And it looks like it's starting to be a rainbow. That's what the buyers and the bulls do not want to see today. That's the most powerful inverse on the upside when stocks gap up and they sell in, fill the gap, and then they move higher. Well, the same thing happens in bear markets, you guys, and that's something to be aware of. If you're like wondering, should I stay long my stuff? And is the general market, if it does start to roll back over to lows, it's likely going to affect your positions as well. AMC climbing. I'll start talking to you guys slowly. It's grinding. Good news is for me, and my signal candle in this case is my confirmation candle. We have a green candle that closed above the declining 10 SMA after 3 days of sell-off. This to me says, okay, there might be a light at the end of the tunnel here for a possible reversal. And again, I leaned on the daily chart to take an entry right here. Another close here in 5 minutes would give me 2 closing candles above the declining 10. So everybody that's short this thing might start to think, well, maybe I better take my profits. The momentum's starting to shift here on the 15-minute time frame. Okay, ONCS, I'm just trying to track your shot. I'm no longer in it, but it filled that gap. Third red candle. ONCS. One, two, three. Yeah. So if you came in long today, yeah, you did what you had to do. You had to protect your profits, if that's what you're saying, Keyshawn. Okay. Where was I? All right, build. Right now, AVWAP charting is kind of difficult. I'm able to do it in Thinkorswim, but it's time intensive. Yeah, we are all looking forward to being able to do that. Now, let me give you guys a quick tease here. All right, you ready? You don't have this option yet, but we're building. Use browser interface. I'm going to switch to our tested. Oh, God. This is why they're being tested. Hang on. Hold on here. Locked up at the moment. Okay, definitely just screwed up my system. That's why we don't release the stuff we're working on until it's been sorted out. All I wanted to do was show you. I might have to actually. It's not responding. I'm going to have to close. I don't want to close the program. Wait for the program to respond. I think I might have got a reprieve. Okay, let's go back. Let's try this again. Let's go to my daily chart. Use browser interface. Okay, they're clearly working on those today. That's not something I need to be doing right now. Oh, I saw it try. Let's give it a second. Oh, here we go again. See, it's going through my... Sorry, guys, bear with me here. What's happening is they're probably updating these charts, and I clicked into them at the wrong moment. Now I've got to figure out how to get out of it. Let me look at the questions. Whew. Okay, never mind that demonstration. We're working on new HTML5 charts that are going to be better than the charts we have now, with more ease of use and all that. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Will we eventually be able to change the chart as well, like 30 minutes on a 10-day chart? Yeah, I don't see why not. Oh, like for an anchored VWAP? Oh, that's a good question. If it will automatically adjust, I don't know. We'll find out. That's a good question. I understand it. What we're still working on right now is trying to get the AVWAP lines to stay drawn, because when we leave and come back, they're gone. Hi, did you hear? Yes, I'm short the market via SPXS for the last few days. I've been working this one. So the daily chart, I got short. I think it was right up in here. I'll tell you where it was. I was using my 5-day SMA. It was right up in here. Right there. Added some there. Probably added some there. Now I've got a full load. So I was leaning on the bounce, noting that it couldn't get much above the 5-day SMA. If I'm wrong, I'll get out. But if I'm right, I'll get paid more. But it's in the money. The chart question. Go ahead and rephrase the chart question. Will we be allowed to change the chart as well from 30 to a 10-day chart? And I assumed you were talking about using a VWAP, connecting and going from time frame to time frame. I don't know if it will automatically draw. I don't know if it will automatically draw. Again, we're trying to just figure out how to keep the anchored VWAP on there so it comes back when you type the same symbol. I'm going to guess and go ahead and say no. I don't think it's going to be that intuitive. I think you're still going to have to pick your time frame and anchor in that time frame. I don't know if it's going to be able to translate. I could be wrong. Maybe they're smarter than I realized back there, but we'll see. How could I? Okay, that's a good question. How could we have used anchored VWAP in AMAM? Let's take a look. MAM. Okay, so let's use our clean chart. So We're obviously having a nice run here. I would like to know where the support is. I'm going to use this bottoming tail low right here. You can even see it was basically a stop run from back here. Run the stops, bounce it. So this is a key point in which you can anchor. Let's zoom in now. So it has held along the way. Boom, boom, couple times. We're well above our AVWAP now, so there's a lot of space. There's a lot of chop that's in here. Another way to do it is we could use even the 15-minute. And we would go from right here. That's my 5-day moving average, by the way, which Brian Shannon used before he used the AVWAP. And you can see it did hold yesterday and this morning. So we'll go anchor, and there's our little blip right there. And it's a little rougher draw, but for the most part, it still tells us the same thing. We are well above the anchored VWAP in AMAM. So be aware, a reversion to the mean could take place. Things like that have been known to happen when you get too far extended. Okay, so anchor on October 13th low. I assume you're talking about the SPY. There it is right there. Gotcha. Okay, let's do it. Let's open it up. Let's see what we can discern from an anchor of the major reverse. That was a giant reversal, and that's a good point, Tank Man. That is a relevant day in which we can anchor. Giant engulfing reversal, and it held for a few weeks. Held. A little sloppy there. Tried to hold, and then here we saw, the concept that an AVWAP can act just like a pivot line or a moving average. What was once support all of a sudden became resistance right there and there, regathered itself, came back up, pulled back. Where did it find support? Right at the purple line, gave us a bounce, pretty nasty pullback, found support at the AVWAP. And then we're in the last month of trading, way up here, took out highs, and we've pulled back. And what do you know? You have kind of given me something to think about, Patrick. I'm sorry, it's Tank Man. You have given me something to think about here. So I'm short the S&Ps, right? And now I have a perspective. Not only are we oversold, I mean, I could be living on borrowed time here. I might be a fool for not taking profits. But I can't help it sometimes. I don't know when it happened, but I turned into a greedy pig over the last few years because when swing trades work, I just, for some reason, I hate getting out of them too soon. So I'm gambling and betting that let's just do this. Let's do this, shall we? We're going to find a pinch play, I'm betting. Let's pinch it from that low to the high. All right. So, if the buyers wanted to step in here, they very well could and defend that level. I could be risking giving back some profits here. Now, I will go back and say I do what I always do when these types of scenarios come into play, like, should I take profits? Should I get out? If I look at this midday here and I go, oh my God, there's a green candle on the 15, get me out. I've got to preserve my profits. I'm scared I'm going to lose my money. More often than not, when I do that, by the end of the day, I go, why did I get out midday? So I'm going to give this a closing candle. And I would also point out that I'm using a pinch play on my perspective. The 50-day is the resistance. The 200-day is the support. But my 10-day is starting to come down. So I might have to sit through a little bit of this for the next day or two. I don't know. But I kind of want to stick around, and I want to see if the S&Ps break the 200-day. If they break the 200-day, then we could start to see some panic. And why shouldn't I participate in panic if I'm willing to risk? But again, I'm in the money because my entry is up here. All right. Let's see what other questions. Again, if somebody's in here late and they need help on the AI or setting up the races or something, please speak up. I don't know which one you're talking about, Patrick. VWAP 605, 15 minutes. I don't know what symbol that was. Oh, you're in the same trade, Doodle. All right, cool. Where are you placing anchored view up on that gas? There we go. Let's check that out. So we'll go not to boil. We want to use the actual underlying ETF nat gas. Quite simple. Well, let's go to my clean chart instead. Quite simple. I'm going to use this little hiccup here to find some resistance. So we'll go here and grab that little spike higher. All right, so there's my overhead resistance, which kind of lines up to where my 50-day moving average is in Boyle. And then let's go and find out what the low anchor looks like, the recent low anchor, hopefully the all-time low anchor. So it's not quite a pinch play yet. There's a lot of space in between, but we can see the RSI got a little ahead of itself. As I said, nat gas got a bit overbought after a pretty good 5-day steam forward. To be expected, maybe work some of that off, but as the VWAP from the lows come up to greet it, I'm also, as I mentioned earlier, given comfort by these flattening moving averages that I use, the 10 and the 20, giving me support there. That's kind of where the anchored VWAP is. So I'm still feeling like there's some upside, but I might have to sit through a day or two of congestion before they get their hands back on the throttle. We'll see. I'm not hanging out at Hard Rock Cafe with bull and bear traders. Been on Andrew's chat a week. He's funny. Trades the only first hour. Yeah, I remember he said that. Yeah, he definitely. Those guys know what they're doing over there. They're good, active traders. I can't be an active trader like Barry. I have to slow it down. I got to just check in, check out, do other stuff, and just tend my garden, pull the weeds out, and try and let the good ones grow. For day trading, Tankman, what do you recommend for a trailing stop from entry point? Okay, let's go right into the races. So day trading, what I'm going to tell you, perfect example, perfect freaking example right here. Got a couple examples. I almost bought this BBAY, and I'll tell you why. I was looking at my short squeeze. BBAI has the biggest short float of all of these names. And I looked at it down here, and I said, wow, look at the daily. It's sitting right at the 200 and the 50. But I told myself, nah, this AI stocks, they're out of favor. Talked myself out of it, even though the footprints in the sand gave me a setup. So I'm kind of pissed I didn't take this. So it's leading the races today, just to spite me. But your question is, day trading, what can I use for a trailing stop? The answer is a 15-minute chart and the 10-period SMA. And let me qualify that. Do you notice on this 10 SMA, did the last 4 candles, I'm going to call this close enough because it's got a wick. These last 4 candles, did they close below or at the SMA? They closed at or above the SMA. They gave 2 quick attempts to run the stops, but this is why I don't use tick trading to use as my stop. I'm going to wait for the candle to close, just like I said on the daily chart. I want to wait for the end of the candle period to close, and then I will make my decision. So as we go through these names, these are all day trading names. We can answer your question using the 10 SMA. You'd still want to be in this one. Ricada. Believe it or not, that held. Green candle push, but we are 5 minutes away from this candle right there telling us that the momentum might have died. But we got 4 minutes. Oh, there's my friend Boyle. Well, Boyle was strong in pre-market, so that's why it's on here. It's not strong today. All right. Even though this BRTX slight volume gapped up, went forward, hit that moving average, even though it's a green candle, it's still the very next green candle. It closed below. And look at what happens when you get a close below. This moving average starts to just roll back over and put kind of a lid on the price. And I don't like that. So I would have been out of that one. That would have been a good trailing stop to answer your question. Funny little stock, OKO, but guess what? There's no reason to get out because there's no closing candle below the 15-minute 10 SMA. So that is a great question. A simple answer for me, ATVI, no reason to be out. If anything, you should be taking some profits on these screaming highs because it's probably going to come back and test that 10 SMA at some point. So I'm glad you asked that question, Tank Man, for day trading. That's what I would recommend for trailing stops. But just remember, a trailing stop doesn't mean because the price traded, wait for the candle to close and use your eyeballs to evaluate if it's a signal candle of the momentum dying to get out. Throw one on top wick to get a squeeze. Forgot which one we were talking about that no-till. I love seeing Momo low float stocks with high float turnovers that are overextended. Yeah, that's that BBAI. That's the one. This stupid thing is not drawing correctly. BBAI, 7 million low float. 40% of them are short. You know, should have leaned on that. I should have trusted that, but I remember exactly my thought process. Oh yeah, these AIs, they're done. They're not hot anymore, but apparently somebody gave it a shot. Yeah, they only look at 1 minute charts. And again, I've mentioned that's too fast for me, but that's me. And I followed his strategy, which is, and I agree with it. I like it. If I was to just stop working everything else I do and just start becoming a fast action day trader again, which I really don't want to do, I would do what they're doing because they're finding the action of what he calls the parabolic upsides. And he's looking for those breakdowns of a parabolic. Now, see, I don't like shorting strong stocks, but Andrew and his brother, I think, have found a way to do it. And what's key is, see, I don't use the 1 minute chart because I'm a swing trader and that's too much noise for me. But those guys are watching in many different time frames. And as soon as their 1 minute candle, I believe, crosses below VWAP or one of their indicators, I can't remember, that is their quick signal. So they're just on the pulse of trading over there, and they're good. And I enjoyed their webinar. You know, traders can be funny. We can sit there and listen to other people's strategies and go, yeah, great, more power to you. But I can see the value in what they're doing over there. It's just the time frame isn't the sandbox that I want to play in. But yeah, they're smart. And I love his brother. His brother did the presentation, I believe it was his brother, and he said the smartest thing. He goes, I'm a pre-med student, and I knew I had 6 years of schooling. And I said, well, I'm also going to learn how to trade and learn stock market in the same period of time. What that did was it didn't force him to say, I got to learn how to trade by next August to start making a living. He slowly figured it out, trial and error. Then he realized, shit, I'm having more fun doing this than I want to be in a doctor. So I thought that was a fascinating story. What would I set for an auto exit if I needed to? I don't know if I missed it. Yeah, Patrick, the takeaway is there's no one right way to do it. There's no one time frame. There's no one time of day. Barry does well at the end of the day on those secondary turbo moves that move higher. I'm not looking for those as much, but we all have our own niche. We all have our own set of indicators and our own time frame, our own risk tolerance, our own focus level. All right, BMSB. Hi, I'm new here. Need help with just getting the AI alerts. Okay, glad you came. If you just want the AI alerts, there's a couple ways to do it. The easiest way is for you to just go to a new docked channel bar. So new docked channel bar will bring up this entire containment window. And it's basically waiting for you to select one of these themes to create the layout for you. And the very first one, which is the most popular, is the AI. So we click into that. and it's all set and ready to go for you. You don't need to configure any of these windows. You can configure the charts if you want to turn off pre-market, post-market, but it's all here for you. That's really the easiest way to do it. That's the docked window method. The other method is if you have a layout like mine and you just want to add the window, which I have. Okay, it's right here. I wanted to look at those too. How do I get this window? The strategy trades. And how do I make it talk to me? Well, let's open the window first. New. These are the standalone windows. Premium AI strategy trades. There it is. This is that window. And once it comes up, it'll show you all the trades. It can show you all the longs, all the shorts, all the winners, all the losers, or just all in general. And then what I recommend is you right click and go to actions and go to sound, set up the sound text to speech. So I always hear in the background what the AI is calling out, and occasionally I'll type it in, see what's going on. Does your broker allow you to set that as an auto exit? Not the closing candle, no. Really, the way the brokers and the stop losses and price alerts and all those go is one tick will trigger it. So it's kind of hard to walk away from. I know that's your next question. What would you set as an auto exit if you need to walk away? I mean, that's a good question. Okay, let's assume that maybe this is BBAI and we're still in it, but I have to walk away. I would probably use the prior candles low. I would just take the prior candles low. Something like that. Okay, Till, you were just saying he uses the anchored VWAP on high or low, no matter if it's bullish or bearish. Right, gotcha. Okay, cool. And that's a good point. Recent high, recent low, you're going to capture the short-term trader mentality and how they're feeling. Are they feeling good or are they in pain? Who are you referring to? I don't know. Who was I referring to? Sorry, Jamie. You have to remember what we were talking about. Oh, Jamie, I'm referring to Patrick's question. Bull and bears. The bull and bear traders, they did a webinar. You can probably find it on our YouTube channel, recorded it. They like to short parabolic momentum. So let me see if I can find it. Do you a solid here. I'm going to my Trade Ideas channel. Looking for the videos. Let's see. Most important scanner. That was it. I found it. Okay, Jamie. This is who we were talking about. There is the full webinar replay of what I was just rambling about. Fast action day trading, shorting parabolic moves up on the day, but catching that right moment where they just break. And I know a lot of traders that do like that type of shorting because it's a windfall. I mean, when you hit it, it's a quick windfall. It doesn't take much time to hem and haw. All right, getting caught up here. So on the okay on AMAM, I don't have a 5 minute, but we can go to 5 minute. 5 minute. Okay. Anchored VWAP, I would say you're talking from the low down here. Let's do that. Anchor the low from this morning. If price can get back above, it might be more bullish. Sure. So, yeah, it depends on what time frame you want. I see this 130 moving average pretty solid too. So there's a lot of play in between this 620 and 650. All right, I'm going to catch up on these questions if it's the last thing I do.
Hopefully it's not the last thing you do.
No. It's the last thing I do in this hour.
Okay. You can leave, by the way, if you want, but if you want to
Yeah.
catch up with the questions, go ahead.
Yeah, Patrick, amen. Is not his brother. Okay. He has a 17-year-old bro. But they have the same last name, so I was confused by that, Patrick. We were talking about trailing stops. If you set an auto execution for below your 10 SMA, what would you set as the auto exit? So I guess I would just use a bar reversal there, Tank Man. It's kind of arbitrary because if you're waiting for the closing candle, you got to kind of babysit it. Otherwise, I would just use a bar reversal if you've had a nice trend going that day. All right, I'm going to take Barry up on his offer. Sounds like your contractor or your person showed
Yeah,
up.
I've just been talking to him, so he's good to go. Doesn't need me for a couple of hours. So yeah.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
See you
Thank you,
guys
Steve.
later. Bye.
All right, guys. I am back. Okay, guys, I'm back in all the rooms. Get rid of my announcement. So, guys, I'm still waiting. I'm still looking at this as ZUO. Okay, ZUO is really interesting to me. It's an earnings play. It's cleared that 924 again, not by much. There it is. There's the 924. It hasn't cleared it by much. It is an earnings play, so we know it'll be active. It should be active most of the day. We need some more volume to pick up, of course. And why am I interested? Just because of the weekly chart. You know, when you look at the weekly chart and you see this 1026 is the next high. So that's, almost $1 away on a $9 stock. So if we can get any sort of a run off this 930, that's what I'm interested in. I took a little loss on the PSTG. I had a gain, but I don't know if I want to say I got greedy, but I was looking at this level more right down there. Yeah, the 40 mark. It got down. What did it get down to? It got down to 23.74. I was waiting to see if it get into the 60s, and it didn't. It popped back up. I was in at on the short at what was I in the short at? 23. Yeah, 23.96. So I gave it a little bit of room. Normally when it got back to my where I shorted it, I normally would have got out, but I thought, what, just give it a little bit more room. But when it hit 24.01, I got out. So I took a little loss on that one. A little disappointing because it looked like once it took out that 24, it was ready to go for a bit. And the SI, man, just collapsing, no shorts available. Ooh, there are now. There's been 4,000 have covered. 4,000, 4,700 now at Interactive Brokers, but it's too late. I mean, it would have been awesome if it had been able to have the short around $7. Don't think it was available then. Yeah, I don't do that, William. You know that. So I'm like you in like you won't change your ways in certain things. I will not get into options at all. I'd have to learn even how to place the order at Interactive Brokers. Never done it before. GMDA guys, GMDA, the Gameta cell. Now, how interesting could this get? Yeah, I mean, there's your fantasy area, 221. I don't think it'll do it. You've been looking at, yeah, look at I guys. It just hasn't moved. Look at the VWAP, 2269, and it's just been sitting on the VWAP all day long. EYE, all day long. Very strange for a stock that was, so active yesterday. But yeah, you look at it look at it in the post-market, look at the pre-market, and it's really done nothing. All right, I'm starting to take a look now at Michael's VWAP scan to see stocks that are close to the VWAP. This is the one that kind of gave me some of the ideas in the afternoon yesterday. Of course, today is a different day, but we'll see. Take a look at American Eagle, AEO, right at the VWAP, right on it. So, I mean, the whole idea now is what does it do here? Does it break down? I mean, actually this is an earnings play. American Eagle is an earnings play, AEO. Didn't see it in the pre-market really, but choppy, choppy, choppy. Guys, I mean, I can't tell you how choppy. I mean, a lot of these stocks are just mirroring the SPY with all these topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, this is a 15-minute chart that in theory is supposed to smooth things out just a little bit. I probably have to go to about a 60-minute chart before it got a little bit smooth. But here's the deal. I'm not going to try to force anything. Yeah, too bad. I dumped my dish again, as I said, because I thought the people were coming over a little right at the time that I was in this one. But no, look at it now. That would have been pretty good. I was in at 1084. I'm out, and it's an all-time low. I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts, guys, and they're just not budging, or very little. So, real, if you're still here, do see that Macy's, I guess, bounced off that first fib level that I don't know if you took the trade or not. I couldn't quite, I read what you said, and I know what you said. It's possible, but there was another level down below, but it did look like it did bounce off that fib level anyway. Give a little bit, 30 cents or so. I know some of you have been talking about this CDNA. So this CDNA is yeah, dropped about $1.50 from the highs here. And the next low looking left is 1427. So from 1458. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. It had earnings on the 27th, and actually, yeah, I mean that was a great reaction. Actually, great reaction to news. That red, that green candle right there. That's the 20. That's the 28th. They released after hours on the 27th. So there's your reaction the next day. But it's just been selling off. So it would have been nice to have seen this one up here around 16 when it broke the VWAP. So you're looking at the ATR then, or you're looking at its range for the day and then dividing that by three? Real? I see what you're talking about. So Macy's as an example. Let's just do the math on Macy's. So 2139 and the high was 2317 because we'll discount the pre-market. So a third move would be about a 60-cent move. So from the high, so that would be more though, right? Am I oh, you do include the gap. I see. Okay, you include the gap. Because I was gonna say, if you just take the high and the low of the day, divide that by three, that's only 60 cents. And so 60 cents from 2320 will get you to 2260 and it moved down below that. So, okay, so you have to be using the gap too. Hmm, nice. Okay, Zuo, I'm hitching my wagon. I'm hitching my wagon to Zuo, guys, for better or for worse. Yeah, because some pullbacks are just way too much. I mean, it pulls back right to the open. I mean, give me a moment, guys. Okay, so again, I'm hitching my ride to this ZUO, guys. I'm in it. What did I get at? I was watching it 931, 931. Okay, ZUO 931. And my feeling is that anything 924 and under, I'm out. So your max is going to be 50%. Okay, real. That's good to know. Now this could be boring as anything, but I don't care. I'll take boring right now. Okay. With the ZUO, it is an earnings play, so I'm hoping that, if the interest will still be there somewhat. Orgo, ORGO. Let's take a look at ORGO. All right, it's got a little bit of room, on a percentage basis, I guess. 276 is the next high looking left. It is it's an earnings play. It's also an earnings play. Another one. So many of these. Okay, guys, so how is the noise canceling working? Let me know how the noise canceling is working, because there is a tremendous fan in the back that is making a horrendous noise. Wow. Unbelievable. Well, guys, you may start to hear me scream a little bit more, because I can hardly hear myself talk, which is okay, but that's why you might hear me elevate my. That's unbelievable that you can't hear anything. Okay. Does it sound different, Peter, than normal? Like I'm not doing anything differently. Okay, AM. So here's another one that's at the VWAP, right at the VWAP. What's it going to do? Okay, well, that's got to be the fan then in the background, guys. So you'll have to bear with me. It's going to be a couple of hours, so nothing I can do about it. If it becomes an annoyance to you guys, then I can put myself on mute. Okay, maybe I won't talk so loud. Okay, Kala, Kala. A little falsetto like Michael Jackson. Okay. Okay, real. I got that. BLE, guys. BLE is underneath the class. Another one of these income trusts. This is definitely, for me anyway, definitely a different day for me than yesterday. Not seeing very much trend follow through on anything that I'm following. I'm not saying different nothing. So you may be knocked out. All right, guys, I am. All right, so I'm just going to wait on the Zuo to see if it at least holds this level, gets back into the 930s. Is there Acer news? ASUR? Look, Acer. Well, and had earnings on the 27th right here. So that was the original. That was the original. Yeah, BRTX is, at least it's over 4 again. It's through the VWAP. Well, maybe now. Some volume had come in. Yeah, some volume did come in. One of the problems I've got is that I can't hear my sound alerts at all. Yeah, so BRTX is one of those that, at the end of the day, the last couple of hours, maybe, maybe it gets, it's only 2 million in the float. And some volume did come in. You can see that little, hopefully you can see that little volume bar down here. Oh, nicely done, Paul. I see. Yeah, I have a CDIA. I do see a thumbnail. So, and yeah, that's a nice move. Getting right into the VWAP, I think. Okay, guys, CDIO challenging the VWAP right now. Hey, yeah, 713. So, Mr. Poe, if you're still in this, I'm sure you're aware of that. So, guys, I think this is what I'm going to do. I've got some noise canceling headphones. I think I'm going to put those on. So, I'm going to just give me a moment. I have to pair them. So, just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm now back. How I sound, but I've got my noise canceling headset on, so my noise level has gone down dramatically. So, hey, Suo, come on, Suo. I see ADV, excuse me, ADV showed up. ADV showed up, and okay, it was holding the VWAP. ADV showed up. It's another earnings play. How many earnings plays there are, guys? Companies you've never more than likely heard of. All right, CDNA, another new low, guys. Wow, this is just getting hammered here. 530,000 shares available to direct brokers. Yeah, you're right, Poe. He does have that look. Congratulations on that pullback play for you on the CBIO. Through the 200-day now. Through the VWAP. Did I say the 200-day again? Through the VWAP. I see the PSCG now is now again below. I wonder if this could be one of those end of day sell-offs now, finally, without any nonsense and popping up. That's the PSTG. It still has that 2352. It's the next low looking left. Yeah, it's starting to move a little bit, the Zuo. I see it get into the 40s. Got a little bit of a reward for my patience. With, I've been watching this one for hours. I think. I've been playing it for hours, but watching it for hours to see if you can find it set up the way I wanted it to. This, I don't know what this is exactly. I mean, I know something to do with silver. This is just total wow. He's just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Jay-Z, not for me anyway. I haven't had pushing any issues with TI freezing today. It was not frozen for me. And I haven't seen anybody else mention that. Or this, well, you may want to log over 1333. Well, maybe it's back up there. It's a magical short though, breaking through that VWAP way up here. This Stag W guy, Stag W was on the move here. The original alert was at 788. Yeah, I used to look at this and it's too ugly. Too ugly on the weekly. Looks like there's a lot of resistance in that 8th level, 830. And so even though it's had this nice run here, and it is an earnings play, hey guys, now I know Dan did some kind of a video on this yesterday. I didn't see it. Posted it up there. Meg is really giving it up here, guys. Really been. Ah, shoot! I wish I'd seen this just something. Right at that VWAP rate. Well, guys, I will say that Zillow is a winner. Okay, I'm really happy. I'm taking some off now tonight. It's $7.45. But I don't want to influence you guys. But for me, that is a nice winner. Especially since I started watching this back here, probably about 11:15. So what are we now? 1:33. So yeah, a couple of hours anyway. Started watching it. And now look at it. So I'm not in any way suggesting it's going to get up to 1036, but that's why I was interested in it because again, one of the few stocks that I saw when I looked left, it had decent room. So with a 7-cent stop, that worked out exactly on my first sale. I went for two. Exactly. 931, 924 on the stop, 7 cent stop. It went up 14 cents where I sold it. So I'll only ask one more time. How is the sound? Is it actually is it a little bit better? I've got these noise canceling headphones on now, so I can hear myself. So I don't have to talk quite as loudly. Or is it the same? Tinny or whatever people call it. Oh, really? Terrible sound. Wow. Well, maybe I should maybe I should just put myself on mute then for the rest of the day. You know, nothing worse than bad sound. So that's what I'm going to do, guys. I'll post stuff, but nothing worse than having bad sound. Okay, guys. So that's it for me. I'm still here, so you can still ask me questions. I'll try to do my best to answer them text wise. All right, guys, I'm back now. I think the fan is down to a dull roar. So how's the sound now? I should be back to normal. Better? It should be back to well, it should be the same as before. So guys, what am I doing? I'm still waiting on the ZUO. Wanted to see if the ZUO can keep moving higher here. Inch by inch, I am fantasy level would be close to 10. Okay, so we're at 954 now. Again, I'm in this one at 931. It did take some out at 945, and I'm hanging on to the rest to see what happens. By the way, guys, I didn't see any news on the CDNA. What was the reason for that massive drop? I didn't see any news on it. I keep looking. What happened? Hmm. I'm still in Discord. Yeah, should be. I think yeah, I unmuted myself there. Yeah. Hmm. So in our YouTube room, BMSEB, are you still there? Because I don't know what you actually are looking for. How to see an alert window. And I please paste the URL here. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you are looking for if you're still in the room. And this is the problem trying to find a bottom sometimes. I mean, look at so this is from Zach's Bounce Plays. First alert for CDNA was at 1217, 1523, and then 1498, 1350, 1330, 1320, 1303, 12, I mean, on and on and on and on, all the way down to 931. Really tough to find a bounce on this one. I mean, it has bounced finally, but you could have messed up any one of these situations or any one of these alerts that you got. I mean, any one of these look okay. I guess it's going to bounce now, or maybe now, or maybe now, or maybe now. I mean, it finally did bounce, but boy, that's why they're very difficult to play. Not for people starting out. So, okay, so when you say how to get to the alert window, which alert window are you talking about though, BMSAEB? Like, like what alert window? I mean, to create an alert window, if you went to new from our toolbar and then clicked on alert window, here's how you would create one. But I'm not sure I understand. Like when you say to the alert window, which one are you looking for? I mean, we have a lot of alert windows. Here's an alert window that I have as an example. Okay. And also, take a look at this one. I mean, what was happening with this GTLB also? I'd like to help you, but I just don't know what you mean by how to get to the alert window. I mean, are you talking about how to create like create your own strategy using an alert window, or are you talking about a specific alert window? Wow, cardio is doing its thing again. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy as an intraday trader unless you take fewer shares with wider stops, but it was holding the VWAP. You just sort of see it holding the VWAP at 720 many times and popped off it. Boy, look at this. There, you might have thought this was a late alert for CDNA at 2 o'clock, 2:01 at 11:59. And yet, look what it did after that. It got down to 9. Now, why would you not get it earlier? Well, until that point, some filter was blocking it. But even so, I mean, there's a $2.50 move. Okay, so the toolbar. So you are talking, but that's creating a new alert window. Is that what you really want to do? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, if you click on new from our toolbar and then alert window pops up, alert configuration window pops up, and here's where you can create like a strategy or a scan. Here's where you can create an alert scan. Are you new to trade ideas? Because I'm wondering if you haven't done okay, if you have not done the 30 minutes, the 10 short videos, I would really recommend you take a look at that. Okay. First, before you, because that'll give you the basics, including alert windows and top list windows. Let me just give you, yeah, I'm just going to give it to you right now. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link that I just put in there, just click on the link. And now just scroll down a little bit, scroll down a little bit. Where it says getting started, get started, this goes over your download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, top list windows, alert windows, okay? Introduction to charts. I really think it'd be beneficial if you did that first. It'll take you about 30 minutes. They're 10 short videos. I would do that first. Next, you want to get a little more in depth, then scroll down a little bit more on my homepage and click on the education section and then click on the user guide. Excuse me. So here, A windows, alert windows, and top list windows. Okay. More information about, how you use them, how you create them. Okay. Now, the other thing is that we have like in my homepage, like I just did, I'll show you again. So on my homepage, I'm also sharing, again, when you scroll down, I'm also sharing scans. Some of them are alert windows. Okay. There are some alert windows in here that I've created. These are scans that I've shared. We also have many scans from our toolbar. If you click on new and then docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Just give me a moment, please. My music's just a little loud. There we go. So these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel, here is an alert window. Top left-hand corner says A, it is an alert window, as an example. So this one just showed up. And for my scans and any of the scans that we've created in these channels, all you have to see what they're looking for, you just right click, configure, summary. And this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. On this particular case, this is a momentum scan. So if the price is between 1 and 50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Here are the two big metrics here: 1,000% of normal volume in the last minute and 400% in the last 5 minutes. That's what gives it the volume push. So if these filters are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. And so that's why IMNN, that showed up. When we click on the alert, let's take a look at it. You can see the volume that came in. This was a little earlier at 240. So since I loaded this, we haven't had any new alerts. And these are all real-time alerts. So that's an example. I mean, there's an alert window, okay? But we've created a lot of different scans for you. So you don't have to create everything from scratch if you don't want to. All right, guys. Well, again, all I've got going on right now is still the ZUO. That's all I've got going on. Light trading day for me today. But I will take this. Have you been there before, Mac, in our Discord room? I'm not sure how I can help, to be honest. I just hand out the links, and if you're trying to search us, I don't think we're searchable. I think I don't know. I think you need 1,000 people or something like that. Somebody said that. All right, guys, that's it for me and Zuo. That's the first red candle in the last hour and 15 minutes. So I'm done. Didn't quite get to where I wanted to do. Would have loved for it to get to a little bit closer to 10, but I'll take this with a 7-cent stop. Not a bad risk reward. Boy, this Meg, my goodness, we saw this Meg a little bit earlier, and it took out the. I mean, look what it was doing. I mean, this is why I'm really getting more and more interested. Excuse me, in the VWAP, because I mean, look how it hugged it. It did not allow it to pop up. I mean, that hugged it for a long time, several hours, and then said, "Okay, I guess that's it." So from the high of that VWAP right there, 39.21 down to 36.34, we're talking about a $3 move. Where could this keep going? I mean, yesterday I got all the way down to 28.76. This was an earnings play, guys. Released February 28th after hours, so the reaction was on March 1st. So this is an earnings play and just got thumped. Now, it did recover 28.68 all the way up to 43. That's a tremendous recovery, to be honest. Wow. And you can see exactly what happened here. So you heard Chloe, no, no, she's downstairs. Tremendous recovery. So I'm sure a lot of people probably felt who were maybe in this one thinking, okay, phew, they could get back up here. But now look, by Chewy. Yeah. Well, our pets eat better than we do. But there's no question about that. Well, BRTX. I saw somebody said they were going to buy BRTX. Yeah, I mean, it has been a insanely messy looking 15-minute chart. All the topping tails, some bottoming tails, chopping all around. But as always, you never know. We're have an hour, 10 minutes left in the normal market hours and regular market hours. Yeah, you never know. If all of a sudden some volume comes in, like a big volume bar, like one we had at 115, one we had at 115 that popped it up, but just couldn't sustain it. But if we get that, like a volume like that again, through the VWAP, 386 is the VWAP, and through four, you never know. Might have a late day run. Yeah, are you talking about the cues and all? Yeah, I'm the wrong person. Maybe somebody else could. I don't look at ETFs at all. So I'm really the wrong person. Somebody else might. Somebody else. I know there are other. You're talking about the cues, right? Yeah. I mean, I really have no I really can't comment. I mean, all I can say is it's it's kind of choppy the last few days. But yeah, I really I don't look at these at all. My only thing that I follow on the market is the SPY, really. And it's not so much, I mean, listen, we're all aware of 400, that's a psychological number. I think we're still, yeah, I mean, we keep challenging that 200-day moving average on the SPY. You can see it again, challenge it again. So I mean, I look at the SPY as, it's pretty important, I think, that, to keep above the 200-day moving average. It keeps drifting into it. But this is more for me. Most of the stuff that I do, not too doesn't really matter too much about what the overall market's doing within reason. Usually we're always looking for the alpha stock that has news on its own, be it an earnings release or some specific news. So it's not so much affected by what the market's doing. And that's, so consequently, as an intraday trader, but no question. I mean, it'd be great. Just a minute, please. Chloe, what's going on? Chloe, what's going on? Hey? What's going on? The gentleman is allowed to be here, Chloe. Are you? Oh, you not? Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute just for a little bit. I just have to talk to the gentleman who did the work here. So I'll put myself on mute and I will come back. All right, guys, I'm all back. Everything's done. A brave soul you are, William. So, okay, well, but look, it's trying to get through the VWAP. VWAP is 1164. It is trying to get through. We're talking about CDNA. So I asked earlier, what was the reason for this? I still can't see any news on CDNA. That had earnings on the 27th. There's nothing, that was fine. 27th post market, so that would have been the 28th. So yeah, so 28th had a nice day, okay day yesterday. Was some kind of a rumor? Okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything at all. I don't even see that traders circulate that sometimes you see when there's a rumor like that. A reimbursement. Okay, thank you. Man, well, wherever it came from, I mean, you've got to feel for people who are up here thinking everything is fine, especially, they had earnings 2 days ago and everything seemed great. Good. Nice reaction. Yesterday, not a big sell off. And then all of a sudden you get hit with this. Ooh, very interested to hear Shady's answer. Had you asked me that question like that, I would say, well, first of all, I'm not an investment advisor, so I would never advise one way or the other, but I can't wait to hear Shady's answer. Sounds like you're in it already. Well, this is interesting right now, guys, on the CDNA. I mean, it's right into the VWAP. Rimini. Wow, look at this one. Rimini, another earnings play, guys, out of nowhere. Who knows about this stock? I've seen it before, but you know what I mean. I mean, these are just stocks, but look at the move, 17% move. This through the 200-day, looking left, has some room. 582 next high. Okay, guys, so I'm getting set to wind this up in about 15 minutes or so. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. All right, guys, I think I'll start wrapping this up. So yeah, DAC, I mean, we have the same VWAP, 11.6, well, it changes, of course, at 1162 now. Yeah, for CDNA. And that held it. That held it. So that would have been, not a bad little short for off that failure to get really through it. All right. I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up now. Sorry for the intermittent noise, etc. today. That is done. I do get a delivery tomorrow at noon, 3 o'clock. Shouldn't be too bad. From the stork. No. Okay, guys, I think on that note alone, I will end this. So thanks a lot for all the help. Thanks for all the patience. Sorry again for the fact that we had that interruption. He was supposed to come later and he begged me, can I come earlier? We had some, doesn't matter. We had some snow in Vancouver the other day and kind of wreaked havoc with their scheduling. So anyway, I will open the room tomorrow, 8 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. And now, YouTubers, you also have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.